Good morning, welcome to Sewing Quarter. I'm Amy Burrows, it's lovely to have you with us this morning. Look what we're doing today, books and stuff. They made me stand to the side of the desk so you can see how it matches the outfit. So we're doing this lovely book bag this morning with Janis Hobbs. We've got some great bundles for making the bag and we've got a fantastic show lined up for you. Lots of nice projects. We've got a tool roll and also some fantastic fabrics we've got back in stock that have sold out previously. So lots of exciting things. Let's have a look at what's coming up on today's show. I'll talk you through the menu. So pretty and practical. We've got this lovely book bag this morning in this first hour with Janice. Then at 9 o'clock, we've got a premiere of Quilt As You Go Placemats, which we've never had on before, so a brand new product from Quilt As You Go. Then at 10 o'clock, we have got the sewing tool roll. And at 11 o'clock is really wild fabric. So we've got lots of lovely fabrics. We've got the flamingos back and we've got zebras and dogs and cats. So some lovely animal related prints, nice and exotic fabrics for you there. And the flamingos are absolutely gorgeous. If you've not seen those before, you're going to love them. We've got a lovely makeup bag made up in the fabric and I've got my eye on it already. So I look forward to showing you that shortly. So as I said this morning, we're making this lovely book bag. So perfect for taking to maybe a reading group, I was going to say a reading class, hopefully, maybe a reading class, taken to the library or for children to take as well to school. So perfect for all of those. I'm going to take it off my shoulder actually because I've stuffed it with books. So I'll end up killing my shoulder. I nearly knocked the whole set over this morning, taking some books off the shelf to put in the bag. Not an ideal way to start the day. So we've got 4 different bundles and different options for you to make this bag this morning. And the pattern itself comes in Simply Sewing magazine. So you get a free copy of the magazine where you've got all of your templates in there to make all the letters on the front and sort of talking you through the instructions for that. So I'll start with the cream and navy, which is the one I was wearing, which is this one here this morning. So in your bundle, you've got 1/2 metre of your linear texture, this lovely cream fabric here. You can just see that cross-hatching detail there. And then you've got 1/2 metre of your navy, which we've used to line the bag, and then also for the letters. You've got your complementary threads there in navy and cream as well. And you also get your bonder web. So this is to attach the letters to the front of the bag, which Janice will show you how to do this morning. And as I said, that comes with a free copy of Simply Sewing magazine. So you've got 2 patterns in there as well, which are part of that pack with the magazine. So for a skirt and another bag. So you've also got lots of other projects, £17.95. So that's the first option, but we're going to give you more options if you want different colour combinations this morning. So the next one here is this, we're going to go for blue and yellow. This is the one that we're demonstrating on this morning with Janice. So keeping it nice and bright and vibrant and summery. So you can see here again that linear texture fabric, this time in a sky blue. And that's been paired with this really vibrant sunshine yellow there, that solid fabric. And your 2 threads. And again, your bonder web and the magazine. Then the next one, we're going to go for red and grey. So we've got this, again, that lovely sort of rich poppy red and with the linear texture on that crosshatch detail there. 1/2 metre of that one. And 1/2 metre of your, I think this is glacier grey underneath. And then you've got 2 threads there, complementary threads to go with it. So 1 metre of fabric, plenty to make the bag itself and to pop those letters on the front. And then again, you get your bonder web and the magazine. So you can see this is the bonder web you get far more than you need just for this project, so you can add some for your stash. And then the magazine with the patterns in too. And then the final one is your sort of a duck egg blue and an orange. So you get, again, all of these have got that linear texture and a solid paired with it. So this is a nice pumpkin orange there with that duck egg blue. Your bonder web and your magazine. In fact, do you get 1 metre of the solid fabric? Oh, so you actually get 1.5 metres of fabric. You get 1/2 metre of your linear texture and 1 metre of your solid, so it's 1.5 metres in total. Let's take the book bag and go and see Janice. Got it back on my shoulder. Morning, Janice.
Morning.
How are you?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Fine. Fine.
Haven't seen you for ages.
I know. It has been some time, hasn't it?
How have you been?
Yes, everything's been fine. Hunky dory.
Hunky dory.
Busy.
I love it. So, if anyone that doesn't know you, Janice, tell us a bit about your sewing, what you do.
Oh, I do everything now. No, I've been sewing for a long time. From school, I was taught it at school. So, and then we had to make our summer school dresses in nowadays, and then it really started from there. But because my mother was a sewer, I always did sewing.
So you got the bug young.
Got the bug young. Whereas my daughter can't put a pin in. But yeah, so I got the bug young, but I never did it full time because in them days sewing wasn't a job really that paid.
Yeah.
So I did accounts. So that's what I do as well. So it's all. But sewing's always been my really favourite pastime.
It's your passion.
So this is my passion.
Lovely.
So, but it gets a bit annoying when you don't get too much time
to do
sew
it.
for yourself.
That's the thing as well. So many of our designers, you're busy doing projects and you don't get to do your own personal projects still. So you have to find time to squeeze them in.
To do things, so that's it.
Have you got a to-do list, a sewing to-do list?
Yes.
As everyone always does. So we're doing the book bag this morning. How did you find this?
Really easy. Again, it's just a straightforward project, easy to do. And trickiest bit is really just doing the wording and the actual zigzagging on the actual and getting it right, because with your machine you have to manoeuvre your machine and do all stuff like that. So, but apart from that,
and it was all in the magazine, all in the magazine,
and the actual,
I think it's on the other side,
and the actual template for the applique. For you to just cut
it's
round.
All in there.
It's all in the magazine.
So you haven't got to actually sort of stencil these yourself?
No, it's
That's
all
good.
In there, so it's good.
I was telling Janice when I had to do that quilt block last week that I met the first quilt block I've ever done, and I had to I was cutting out an S and a Q, and it's quite fiddly to do. I was tracing it off of an iPad, like a template, and every time I put the paper over the iPad, it moved the thing, and so if they're there for you, that's nice.
That's it, and if it's there, it's easy, like you say. So there we go.
Thank you so much. We've just got this. Just going to show you this. Thank you. The pattern here, so what comes in it. So in the magazine itself, you've got all of the instructions here to make the bag. So you can just see there you've got all of those details, sort of step-by-step instructions and photography as well, talking you through the process. All of your sort of cutting out and how to make up the, the lining of the bag and the applique on the front. And then also you've got your pattern here. Here it is. So books and stuff, this is the one so you can see there are other patterns in here too, but this is what we're going to be using this morning, and that template Janice was saying to just put onto the front of the bag. Perfect. So how do we get started?
So the first thing you do is you cut the letters out. So you get your bonder web. Now with your bonder web, I've already used some of this, so you get more than this. This is my little bit that's left. So, and there is a top and the bottom to this. On the side there, it's just a normal paper.
It's almost like greaseproof paper, isn't it?
Greaseproof paper. Then on the back, this bit here, it's like a wonder web. You know, the old wonder web that people used to turn it. And if you see there, if I just go that, if you see, that's the sticky bit, the gluey bit. And when I first got the project and with the bonder web, I'd never really used bonder web. And when I saw it, I thought, I've got to do these applique letters. But when I saw this, I thought, it's quickening it up. And it was so quick, because I was thinking, how am I going to do this? But this,
I've got to figure it out.
Absolutely brilliant. So I'm going to show you how quick it is. So that's your actual top, and that's your actual bottom. Okay,
so you draw onto the top
side. So what you do, you cut your letter out.
And you just took that straight off the pattern.
That's it.
Yeah.
And then you just trace round the actual letters, so you can use them and use them and use them. And then what you do with the letter, you actually cut it out upside down, but you do put it upside down because then you'll see it later, because it has to stick onto this the other way, if you know what I mean.
Oh, so then you can apply it the other way around.
So you can apply it the other way around. So I have done one earlier. So you literally cut it, apply it, pin it, and then cut it out. And then you're left with that.
And just trimming out that little centre part, did you just use
tiny scissors, tiny little scissors. So then what you're then left with is that.
And does it matter that starts to come away? Obviously, you can see here, but just on this one that you've done,
yes,
you can start to
it has come away, but just pin it back together. You do need to really keep it together. So that's it. It's come away because I've been using it and taking it off. That's why it's come away. So we just pin it back together.
Okay.
It's a bit fiddly. Ooh. That's it.
See, this is what I didn't do with my letters. I put bonder web on them. And so then I realised I was going to have to do a lot more stitching, which for a beginner it's probably not. I probably should have lent towards Bondaweb.
Gone towards Bondaweb. So then what you do, you actually then apply it to your applique fabric upside down.
So the fabric that you get a metre of is the one that you're going to use for your lining and for the applique for your letters.
Yes.
So if you the metre of
the handles.
Yeah, and the handles.
And the handles.
So the half metre, which is the linear texture fabric, is the one that you'll use for the main body of the outside of the bag.
That's it. So what you're going to do then with a dry iron. Oh, hang on. I'm a bit all fingers and thumbs today.
It's early.
I know it is too early, isn't it? You then. I'll just hold it. You go over to your little line. Now, we've had a new iron that they've introduced me to do today, and it's brilliant.
This little travel iron, if you've never seen one before, it's perfect for it's ideal for sewing and for small projects and for sort of needlework. We've only seen this once, and it sold out really quickly. So if you missed out last time, today's the day. It's perfect for travelling, for taking with you on the go. But it's a really effective mini steam iron. So Janice is going to use that now just so you can see how it works. But again, you pop water in the top of it.
And it's heated up really quick. It's really heated up quick. So all we're going to do then is just press on the letters.
It's got a really comfortable grip on the top there.
As well. And there's steam as well on this one. And it is a really good one. So that's it. Oh, the letter's stuck.
Mind your fingers.
Come off. Got it. Right, got it good, and then I'll just press that down again a bit.
So with Bondaweb, you press as opposed to iron?
You press it.
Yeah.
That's it. And that's the actual backing paper that is going to be peeled off.
But then we can stick it onto the...
we can stick it off. So if I just...
Okay.
So that's lovely. So we still do need the actual iron on. So then all we're going to do is we're just going to cut round the letter. In fact, no, I will use the little scissors today.
Just a little bit fiddly.
It's best to, isn't it? So then all you're going to do is cut round the letter. Now, what I want you to be aware of is that on this one, it's done as one.
I was just about to say, it's like joined up handwriting. Yeah, so that is going to be one
it's going to be one big one, and that's even quicker.
Yeah, because then we get a whole word done in the time that it would take you to do.
Now, I am using right-handed scissors again here, but we're fine.
Yeah, Janice is left-handed. For months when you were here, nobody knew. So Janice was sort of attempting to do everything with normal scissors.
But to be honest, Amy, it's like I said on air before, because they never came out with left-handed scissors, and I've been sewing that long, I've got used to it. It's like with eating, I always eat right-handed. It's quite strange, really, yeah. So
a bit ambidextrous.
Yeah. So what I always do, to get into the middle, I just literally fold it in half and then do a little nip and then go from there. That's it. And we cut round the letter.
And then basically this becomes almost like a sticker, doesn't it? That you can just put straight onto.
And that's what's really good about it.
And would you do all of your letters, what sequence would you do this in? Would you cut out all of the tracing, then do all of your Bondaweb, and then put them all, or would you do one letter? What would you do it in one go?
No, I'd do it all at one go, because, again, they tell you where to start it from and how far in, but if you wanted to do it at an angle...
You could change it.
You can lay it out,
on this one, you change the angle of the K, I don't know if you can see here, but just giving it a bit of sort of text, a bit of different shape there with the K, just placing it
a bit
on the wonk.
Yeah, on the wonk. So that's what I'm saying. You can play with it, you see. And if you've got it all cut out,
then you can arrange and have a play. And
you can arrange it exactly as you want it. And then because the paper does come off at the back, you can be doing it as you're going along. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So once you've got the layout you want, you can then just do it straight away.
Also, if you didn't want to use this for books, you could just have stuff written on it, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Because we all need bags for stuff. You could just make it a stuff bag and just, pop whatever you need in there, bits and pieces. You don't have to put the books.
So there's your letter B.
Perfect. So now that's got Bondaweb on the back and that's got fabric on the front.
And so all you do then is you get the lining out the way. And that bit out the way. So then all you do then is... Now, it does say you go in 1¼ inches
From the edge, okay.
from the edge, or 3 centimetres, I think, and then 8 centimetres from the bottom. You start with that. Now, I think that's a good guide.
That's for placement.
But with the and there, I did it exactly 1¼ inches in, and of course, I did that. I did the B and the and first.
Yeah.
And as you can see, I needed that a bit further over.
So on reflection, you'd have just moved this slightly further
I'd have moved
across.
that slightly over, like this one is. I moved this one slightly over, if you look then.
Oh, yeah.
Can you see?
It just looks a little bit more even,
It looks
doesn't
a bit more even, yeah. So then all you do, you get your B, you peel off the back, and the bonder web now is stuck to the letter B, to the back of the fabric.
So now it's almost a little bit
So
like
it's on the
double-sided
fabric.
tape. It just gives it
it's
that
double-sided
it's
tape.
adhesive.
So then you just put the B where you want. So you could have the B there if you want.
Yeah, if you wanted to go down.
You can have it wherever. So if I just do it about there, and then you press it again with our little iron. And this little iron is ideal for this type of project.
Because it's small little bits and pieces.
Yeah, it's ideal for this project. And I'm quite excited about
And do you know what this would be perfect for as well? Binding. If you're doing, you know, anything small and fiddly
anything fiddly.
or fussy cutting or any of those.
So now that
even dressmaking actually, little sort of collars or cuffs or doing
ideal,
all those,
ideal, because you can get right into the corners as well, can't you? So that's now stuck. But just to confirm the stickiness, they get you to zigzag around.
Just to give it that extra security.
So what they say is go around the edges, which can be tricky. If you're the first time sewer, I'd just literally go in, up, round, and I wouldn't worry about going too close to the edge.
Okay,
you know
so just sort of follow.
Just follow. But if you want to, if the letters are a bit big and you do need that, like on that B, on that actual there, we probably need the zigzag to go both sides.
Oh, so
do you know what I mean?
Double,
so there,
like you have here on the and.
Yeah, on that and there. I've done the double zigzag just to make sure it holds down.
Nice,
do you know what I mean?
Okay.
So that's what I'm going to do now. So if I pop that out of the way, get
so you just pop a zigzag stitch.
Do a zigzag stitch.
If your thread comes in your bundle, so you've got all of that in there. This is the yellow and blue bundle that will, I don't know if it, well, we'll get that one. Oh, it's on the bottom of your screens at the moment. But it comes with that free magazine with all of the pattern in there. All of the, you can see, let's have a look. There's lots of things in the magazine. So you get these patterns as well. So you've got another bag here, which you can see with those, it's got using Liberty fabrics. And then you've got there a skirt pattern. So both of those come with the magazine. And then lots of projects and inspiration in here. We're in here. This is how, there we are. So Sewing Quarter and Simply Sewing is part of the, well, Sewing Quarter's part, they're all part of the same immediate media family. So they're in our family, but lots of different projects and inspiration. Lots of our, we've got templates and let's see what else we've got. Let's see. And then you've got all of your templates here too. So for all of those projects, there's a dress, there's, you know, there are other bags and different accessories and that's okay. So QLGC 50, that's for the blue and yellow, which is the bag that Janice is doing at the moment. So you can see that on your screens. You get 1 metre of your yellow, 1/2 metre of the blue. So you can use the yellow for the handles and for the applique letters and the lining of the bag itself. And then your thread there, as we're just doing this zigzag stitch at the moment. So let's just see.
What I've done on this zigzag stitch, I've done a bigger stitch though, so that's, I can just do it the once because of the show.
Oh, okay. So if you just wanted to go around the,
if you just want to do it once, just do it with a big zigzag stitch. Which is what I've done here. And that's it. Just reverse it slightly.
So is this a beginner project, would you say? You could do this as a yeah?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Like I say, to be honest, it is a good beginner project, and I'll tell you for why. Is because doing letters, you get to know your machine. You get to do the manoeuvre.
With you, because you're turning it and...
you're turning it and having to manoeuvre it and... Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
but also at the same time, you don't have to... It doesn't matter if the letter... You know, if you don't follow it exactly...
Well, there, if you look there, I've gone a little bit off there.
And that's fine. It doesn't, you know,
it doesn't matter. No.
This would be a good project to do with children then, wouldn't it, for the summer holidays?
Yeah, ideal for students. That's what I thought.
Take to uni with all your books in.
With your booksy. And you could have quite a few of them. Do you know what I mean?
Oh,
quite
I finished such a good book last night. You know, when
did you?
I knew I should go to sleep because I was up early this morning, and I just kept. I wanted to get to the end, and I just kept reading and reading. And I thought, oh, I'll do one more chapter.
It's a good book.
You know, when you're reading a good book, and I did get to the end.
And you don't want to be in it.
No, I probably should have gone to sleep, but I just do you find this as well? I don't know if you're into reading, but when you get to know, you feel like you get to know those characters like they're friends, and then you get to the end of the book and it's like, oh, I've got to say bye to them now. I've got to meet a whole new load of friends in a new book.
So there we go. So that's it now. So that's your applique done. So again, you just do exactly the same. Tidy them up, cut off the little threads, because with this you will have little threads, and just tidy it up like that. And do that all the way around. I always think with sewing, your back should be as neat as your front.
So you trim everything off?
Yeah. Always think, I don't know, I've always just thought that. I've always thought your back should be as nice as your front is. And then, you know, you've done quite a good job.
Yes. So we don't want anything scruffy on the back.
No, so if you look, that's quite neat at the back.
There's nothing there to
and
sort of
it
messy
stands out a bit messy. And that's what I always think, you know, if you've got the time, just take that bit extra care.
Did you find the stuff, that there was one big word, did you find that more complicated? Because it's quite, sort of, the font is quite curvy, isn't it?
It was a bit awkward.
More so than those angular letters in the books.
But again, just take your time. And with the little bits there, again, just make sure you pin it quite close to the round there so that you can get in to cut that, because they're quite small. They're not as
nooks.
Big, you know what I mean? That's quite a big piece.
Sort of hole in the middle. Yeah, that makes sense.
Whereas this isn't. No. So just be more careful there. But that's the only bit you've got to be careful on, because that's quite big. That's small. They're quite big. So
lovely.
So all we do then...
Oh, we've got a stock warning. Sorry, 2 seconds, just to interrupt you. What was that on? The green and orange bag. Oh, that's the most popular this morning. So it's actually that duck egg blue and the orange, and we actually already had the least amount of stock of that one. So if that one is in your basket, that's just on your screens there. You can see the crosshatch duck egg blue and that lovely, it's a burnt orange. It is really a gorgeous orange there with your threads and your magazine and bond web as well. So everything in there that you need to make the books and stuff bag in that colour combination. DIG, D-I-G-C 31, that's your item number for that. You can give the call centre a ring, 0800 112 4433, or you can check that out on the website. But if you have got that in your basket, just make sure you do check it out, because we're already limited on stock on that one.
I think what's happening with that colour as well is the autumn.
Yes.
We've got the autumn coming,
yeah, that's true.
And it's going to be the autumn colours now.
How can we already be autumn? No,
I love the autumn colours.
Janice, we've still got summer. We've still got summer.
I love the autumn colours. So what I need to do now is just guess. So what you have your front.
Yeah.
You have your back. Then you have your front and your back for your lining.
Okay.
Okay. So what we have to do then is just piece these together. It's all in the book. And then we just sew down the sides and the bottom. And with this, you sew all the way around. With the lining, you leave a gap in the bottom for the turning. Okay?
I'm with you.
So we do that next.
What's the seam allowance on that?
1/4 of an inch she uses on here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I swapped sides with you. I thought we were using the iron, but we weren't. We just
because I always have to think about the seam allowances, because again, with dressmaking, it's always 5/8. Never any difference. And I have to think now, when the presenters ask, I have to think, hang on, hang on.
Deep breath, figure it out.
Now, the 1/4 of an inch, I find, on the actual foot is the actual marking that's on the edge there, just in from the actual edge of the actual foot.
So you just use that as a guide?
I just use that as a guide. Anything, not with the zigzag stitch on, I don't. And I've also got to change the colour cotton. It's like the wrists.
Okay, well, Janice said that. Let's have a look at those different colour combinations that we've got got this morning. So let's look at these different bag options for you. So we've seen that blue and yellow. That's the one that Janice is working with. So I'll start with that one in case you like the look of that bright, cheerful bag. So the blue and yellow, here. You've got that crosshatch in the lovely sort of sky blue, and then that bright sunshine yellow, which we need to see more of. Where's the blue sky and sunny sun, yellow sun? QLGC 50, that's your item number for the blue and yellow. Again, with your magazine, bonder web and thread. So 1.5 meters of fabric in total, which is enough to make the bag. Then the next colour option is the one that we just showed you that we're limited on stock on. So this is going really quickly this morning. If you do want this one, you will need to act now on that one. So it's your duck egg blue and that burnt orange, again with your complementary threads where the colours have been matched perfectly there. You can just see that. And those are Gutermann threads as well, so you get 100 metres of those. Plus your bonder web and the magazine, everything there again. DIGC 31, and the magazine's great. I mean, we're giving that to you for free this morning as part of that bundle, but you've got lots of other patterns, templates, and you know, design ideas in there too. So some other projects that you can add to your to-do list, as Janice was mentioning this morning. Then the next one is the other bag that we've got made up, which is the cream and navy, so a really classic colour combination. This would be nice as well, you know, perhaps a more masculine option too, but you can just see that classic royal navy there, and then the cream, sort of a nice latte colour in that that milky cream with your bonder web as well. GAGC 48. All of these are £17.95 this morning, so the same price. It's just depending on what colour combination you like, which colours take your fancy. And finally, we've got the red and the sort of a soft grey. This one's called Mercury. I thought it was Glacier Grey, it's Mercury. So you get 1 metre of your Mercury, 0.5 metre of your crosshatch linear texture fabric in that red there, again with your threads. AQGC 45. And that one is £17.95 too. So lots of options there this morning, depending on what colours you like for the book bag. A really great, simple project for a beginner, or something, if you are a more skilled sewer and you just want to do a nice quick project, or perhaps to give as a gift. This is a great one for that. And the travel iron, which we've not had in for, I think it's taken a month and a half to get this back in stock. It sold out last time really quickly. So if you did miss out, or you've not seen this before, Janice is using it this morning. It's a mini iron, perfect for taking on your travels, perfect for taking to classes or to workshops, and for it's a seam iron. So for all your general sewing, whether that's dressmaking, anything fiddly and intricate, binding. We're using it this morning for the applique. But you can just see here this iron from Prim, a nice comfortable grip on the top. And you can see here it's a steam iron, so you just pop your water in here. Heats up really quickly as well. XAPH07, that's really popular this morning. As I said, it sold out last time it was on, so if you do want that one and you don't want to miss out, just add that to your basket. £39.95 for that. Oh, that's all right. That's because I tipped it over. So where do we get to? We're sewing around the edges.
Yeah, I'm just sewing around the edges. Okay. So now what I also do is on the bags, because we don't want it creasing up and everything, I would sew first down there, then I'll stop and sew down there. Because otherwise you can get a bit of a crease, and if you do it all in one, it can be so.
We don't want
we don't want that. So we just go down. I've just pins in straight, girls or gentlemen. Pins in straight so that you can just go over them. Keep doing that, pulling it from behind. You shouldn't do that. So stop there. Back stitch down. Up,
so you've got to completely take it out rather than just pivoting on the corner.
Yeah, I'm not pivoting. So then it will just lie flat. Whoops. Then down here. And because it's a straight stitch, it only takes seconds. Really.
And with the outside of the bag, you don't need to leave a hole to turn it out. You're going straight down that bottom edge.
Yeah, with the outside, yes. Lining, no. You have to leave a 3-inch gap for the actual. It's about 8 centimetres to just turn it. So, did I go back then? I don't remember. I don't think I went backwards then. On the reverse stitch. There we go. Put it down.
That iron really popular this morning. I don't know if we can get that graphic up on your screen, but if you do want to add that to your basket and you missed out last time, I'll show you the packet so you can see.
I'll use it again. I'll press this because this is a bit creased as well. So
here we are. I think I put it over there. And this is how it arrives to you. So it's, it's just a regular plug that you can just pop in the wall. It's you can just see on the back here. You get a nice little bag in there as well, a carry bag. But it's the great thing about this is it is a steam iron. A lot of those mini irons aren't steam irons that you can pop water in. So you get a nice little drawstring bag and a sort of a pouring container to just pop your water in that valve in the top. And it heats up really quickly. XAPH07. Lots of you buying that this morning. So if it is in your basket, please make sure you check it out.
Trim the corners before we turn this. And then what I'm going to do is quickly press it because this is a little bit creased. So if we use the iron again, just to give it a quick press, because that's a bit creased. Look. That's it. Handy little iron this. Like I say, quick, done.
I like the grip. I just think it's really comfortable.
And the nice thing about this as well is my mum's getting old now. And the thing is, she's finding that the big irons are too heavy to lift.
Oh, really?
So the older people, ideal.
Perfect.
Because it's just even an older person just for in the house.
For general ironing.
And general ironing. Yeah. I'm not saying, because they wouldn't do too much, but I do. So then all we do, turn this right side out. Like so.
Lovely.
Oh, sorry. Only on here.
Well, let's just show. We have to show. We can't have to let you in on the joke.
Not getting away with that one.
We're not going to get away with that, Janice. Here we go. Look. Well, pretend we're making a cushion. We've sewn the top. It's meant to be. Obviously, if it's a bag, we should probably have the bottom sewn up rather than the top. Oh well, these things happen. What should we do?
Like I say,
what are we going to do about it?
It was a good thing that.
So just check. That's the moral of the story.
It was a good thing that I said just do the side separate to the. Now what we do, we'll undo this in a jiffy, and I'm going to show you how you undo this in a jiffy. Don't panic.
I love hunky dory and I love in a jiffy.
Don't panic.
Two great phrases from Janice this morning.
Just to turn that iron on, to get it out quick, every other so often, just pull. Get your seam ripper. Be careful. Just go into your stitching every so often. And just do the one side like this.
So you get an extra lesson now, you get a lesson in unpicking.
Right. You do.
So just every couple of stitches going along.
Every so often as you go along. And then the other side will just pull out. And that'll be undone. So. Okay, but the corners you do have to do separate because you can't pull them out at the corners. So then, literally what you do then, go into a stitch here, and can you see it pulling out?
Oh, yeah.
So then it will just pull out, should do.
Oh,
there you go.
That's satisfying.
So, but towards the end, you do have to, there you go, most of it's come apart.
Get right in there and just pull it.
There you go. So, seconds.
People think as well, I think, because you're doing it on the telly, it still happens.
Happens to the best of us.
Oh, still things go wrong.
That's it.
Perfect.
So
it could have been a cushion, but we're going to go for a bag.
So now,
the hour's called.
Let's make sure this is right. That's it. That's the bottom. So.
Should we swap?
Right. So that didn't take too much time.
No, it didn't at all.
Plus you had a lesson.
Should we double check?
Yeah, it is. Double check.
Okay.
You happy, Anne?
I'm happy.
Dug out again. Right.
Send us a message this morning. What's the biggest sewing faux pas that you've made? I'd love to know. Drop us an email, studio@sewingquarter.com, or go to the website and tell us what went most drastically wrong, or what have you done where you made the mistake that made you go, oh, I can't believe I've done that. Let's share the secret with us this morning.
We all do it. Every one of us.
Don't be embarrassed. We all do it. It's fine.
I used to be embarrassed on there at first.
Oh no!
But
I'm not no more. Cue. It all goes wrong.
So there we go.
Oh, that's
right.
The one.
Okay. So, I'm not doing very well here today.
What's happened there?
It's gone off a bit.
Oh, we've had a message in. Let's have a look. Oh, here I've got one here actually from Paul. Morning, Paul from North Yorkshire. I think it's great when we see the professionals make slip-ups as well. I feel better now when I make mine, Janice. See, Paul, we're all human. Good. I'm glad you agree. Let's have a look whether that's from. Oh, we've got 2 names on here. That might be from Anne. Let's see. Oh, I think that might be from. Maybe she's logged into her husband's. Maybe she's logged into her husband's account on the Sewing Quarter website. But I think that was from Anne. So morning, Anne. See, we all make mistakes. It's all good. What's the biggest mistake you've made? Come on, share the secret.
We've all done it.
Oh, yeah.
Don't care who you are, we've all done them. I'll tell you what my mum did. Bridesmaid dresses. Making me aunt's bridesmaid dresses, the sisters. She left the pins in overnight and rusted, all in the bottom of the bridesmaid dress.
They rusted overnight?
Rusted overnight, the pins did. I never leave no pins in overnight ever.
Really? I wouldn't think they would rust that quickly.
Yeah, they did. They rusted more or less overnight.
Oh my goodness.
But I'm going back years, so the pins are probably made better now.
Rust-proof pins now.
They're probably better now, but I'm going back.
Did it leave sort of a
Our Chris has been married 40 years.
Did it leave quite a mark?
Rust mark.
Rust mark.
Oh. Right then. Now we're there.
Okay.
So if you just give it another quick press.
This is lovely for school, for September, you know, for going back in
especially in the
September with a
autumn
new
colours.
bag. Yeah, absolutely.
Especially in the autumn colours. Now this probably is already... So, and then if you make a mistake, you can pull your threads out afterwards. So if you look, see how quick it is, this iron.
The great thing as well, because you've done those stitches over the applique, is that, you know, if you have got any of those edges that are just coming away a little bit, that you know they're secure, so that when you're ironing that, you're not doing it sort of really, having to go really sort of carefully and softly. You can just go for it.
Just go for it. It's really good. Right then, so again, I've left the gap there for the turning. So I've machined down, so all down and across and done exactly the same.
Is the lining bigger than the...
As we did. No, exactly the same size. Yeah, 15 by 17 inches. I can't remember what they are on the centimetres. Oops.
But all of your instructions are in the magazine, so everything's in there. It talks you through all of the steps, so anything that we've skimmed over this morning, that's got you sort of step-by-step instructions and photography as well, so any step that you're a bit unsure on, it's all in there.
Now again, sorry about this.
No, it's fine.
I'm just thinking to show the iron again.
There's no rush.
Again, we can just press.
Oh, so this is good for pressing open your seams as well.
So you can press open your seams. Always do both sides. So you can get in. Now, again, you don't worry about creasing it as you're pressing it because you can just do it.
Once you've turned it back through.
Turned it back through.
So if you've just tuned in this morning, Janice is using the Prim mini iron that we haven't had on. We've just managed to get it back in stock. It was on a month and a half ago and it sold out really quickly. So if you do like that, as you can see here, Janice is using it for pressing open seams, but also you can just use it for general ironing as a travel iron. And it's a steam iron, which is quite unique to those sort of smaller ones. XAPH07. If that is in your basket, we just suggest that you do check it out because it's going really quickly.
So then, what you do all the way down the bottom.
And just pressing that seam open all the way around.
And just pressing it like that, both sides. And then what you do, you apply the bags right sides together. So.
It's quite hard, isn't it, with a sort of a spectrum solid to know sometimes the right side. Do you know what I mean? Because they do look incredibly similar.
It's true.
How do you tell the right side? You can just tell?
You can tell, normally. You can tell with the actual thread and everything, the way the grain is and everything. You normally can tell. So then we just open up the seam there and make sure your seams.
Oh, we've got a stock warning. What's that one on this morning? Is that for one of the green and orange? We're just going to check the stock on that, but I think it's very limited. We'll just double check for you.
Has it gone? Near enough. So match your side seams by going through the seam.
So if everyone checks out, sorry to interrupt you, Janice.
No,
if
carry
everyone
on.
checks out, there's only one left. So if you've got that in your basket, please just make sure you check that out all the way through to the end, as you're not guaranteed it until you've checked your basket out. DIGC31, everything you need in there for the bag. I have to say, I think the navy and cream is a really classic colour combination. I think it goes with everything as well.
Goes with everything.
It just, that
I thought this yellow and blue was nice though.
Yeah, that's a nice, a really nice sort of bright summer option. But I just think I just think that's really classic colours. It's really smart, goes with everything. You know, particularly as we do head into, dare we say it, autumn. If you're wearing a jacket, you know, or anything like that, it's that colourway is going to go with everything. GAGC 48 for your cream and navy.
Because it suited you straight away. You've got
it's only because I've got the right colours on
right
for this morning.
for this.
But it's just nice long handles as well. It sits really comfortably over your arm. You know, sometimes if you've got because you've got heavy things in there as well, you don't want a handle that's right up under your armpit, do you? No. You want it nice and comfy, which that one is. So you're pinning those seams.
I'm just pinning it across
right sides together.
Right sides together. And then I'm going to turn them out. So. And then if you have trouble matching them, fold over your 2 fingers and put the pin in the middle. That's another tip. If you do that down.
Just to keep it lined up?
Yeah, it does.
So did you fold away from the pin? You're folding towards the next pin, or no, you're folding back towards the pin you just did. I see, got you.
Just to get it in. That's that done. So then we just pin the other side, and then we just machine this 1/4 inch down.
All the way around again.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got some messages. Let's have a look. I'll just swap sides with you, Janice.
Okay.
Let's see. This is from Julie in Cornwall. I'm loving that people are sending in their faux pas. Please carry on doing that. That'll make my day. Hi, Amy and Janice. I recently had to make a curtain that was angled on one side. I cut it wrong, not once, but twice. See, I love the show from Julie in Cornwall. Thank you, Julie. Thanks for your message. See, I'm glad we're not the only ones. Did you get your curtains right in the end? Send in a picture.
Yeah.
I've had an email from, who was that from? From Jackie. Morning, Jackie.
Morning.
She made an oilcloth wash bag.
Oh, nice.
And forgot to leave the zip open. So does that mean she couldn't get it? She couldn't turn it through. So you've just got a bag with a zip. Just an inside-out bag. So what would you have to do in that case? Unpick the zip and then... Yeah.
Do it.
Oh, well, everyone does it.
But we all do it.
I think as well, sometimes you just...
In all jobs.
It's usually when you think you're getting near the end, or you think, oh, I'm nearly there now, and you're so nearly touching that finished thing. You just go for it, don't you? And then it's just...
I made something for the show the other week, a few weeks ago, and I just got the dinosaur, and I just got to the end, and it didn't... It was the heel on the neck. It didn't join properly there with the seam to the neck, and did the lot. Weren't good enough for on here.
No. just do it.
And I thought, again. So all you do, 1/4 inch round the top again.
I'll tell you what, Janice, if I was having to do all the sewing, we'd be doing a lot more mistakes than one in a show, I can tell you.
It's hard to concentrate.
It's because I'm chatting to you as well. That doesn't help. Mrs. Chatterbox over here.
No, I'm as bad for either.
Producer Paul said if he was doing it, he thinks the sewing machine would blow up. He did a really good job, though, of his quilt block. Producer Paul did a really great quilt block. He did the colour me in fabric, and he did a... have we got a picture? We have to try and get a picture of your quilt block.
Well, my Martin, my other half, said there once, that sewing, there's nothing to it. He got on the machine. He nearly broke the machine. I could wrung his neck. He was so heavy-handed. He's a builder, though.
Producer Paul said the other thing he found hard was rotary cutting. That people make that look really easy.
Easy. I've never used one.
Have you not always scissors?
Not really, it's always been scissors.
I quite like using it, squaring off the block. You feel quite techie, I think, like, do it all quick.
I think I used one once and I cut my hands.
So that put you off?
I never did it again.
So we've got about 8 or 9 minutes, so we're okay.
Right, so we're just turning it now.
So a 1/4 inch seam all the way around the top. And obviously you've left that hole in the bottom of your lining for turning it through.
But before I did this, I should have put the straps on. So with the straps...
Oh, you sandwich those in between?
You sandwich them in between.
Okay.
And it's 1 1/4 inches in. And you sandwich them in. So
that would be in between the lining and the...
Yeah. So if we just... Yeah, You just sandwich them in between.
And as always with straps, it's just checking that there's no twist in them, isn't it? You know, laying them down so they're going to
just
hang properly.
So again, just undo that. You can always just top stitch back afterwards.
You're so speedy. I reckon if we did producer Paul said if we did a competition for speed sewing, you'd be up there with the speedy Gonzales. It's like sprinter. Oh, is it today? The last Usain Bolt's doing his last ever sprint, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
And everyone that goes to watch it's over in like 9 or 10 seconds, isn't it? But it's his
Yeah.
last ever one. How
way.
speedy that's going to be.
It's true. Bold. Okay, so I'm going to turn it.
So just pulling that
So
through.
you can see, and I'll put the strap in the other side so that you can see because we haven't got a lot of time left. So I made the straps, so pop them on before we put the front to the back. And then...
You can see that here in the magazine. I'm just going to show you. So it talks you through everything you need. So everything, obviously, that are in the bundles, everything that's there that you need to make the actual book bag. And then talking you through the fabric, so the different, that main fabric, using 1 metre of that and 1/2 metre of the fabric for your outside of the bag itself. Then you've got notes using the templates on that pull-out pattern sheet, which you can see here that also comes with the magazine. So everything there. This is huge. There's loads of... this gives you an idea of how many patterns and templates are in the magazine. So there's lots of different things in there. We were going to hang this up today instead of a quilt on the wall. But yes, you've got another applique there, home. And then obviously this is double-sided, so you've got lots of different patterns on there for dressmaking. This one on the back, if I just turn it over, you can see. So all of that pattern comes with the magazine itself.
Can I just mention something on the applique?
Of course you can.
If I just show you. What I said was, what happened, I never was sent the magazine. They forgot to send it me. So what they did, they sent me an email and I printed it off on A4. Looking at that B, that is a lot bigger than the B I had.
Oh, so that's scaled.
Oh, no, it isn't. It is the same size. Sorry, I thought it was bigger. So it is the same size. Sorry, it looked bigger.
It looks bigger on
It looked bigger, and then I was going to say that probably would explain the hands. But sorry, no, it did. It looked bigger to what I
probably because it's on bigger paper, I think, as well, because it's all laid out on this whole big sheet. But so the letters are all on there for your applique. You can just, well, as you said, you could photocopy them so you can reuse if you want to, or just cut those straight out. But obviously the pattern itself is reversible, so you are probably best to copy it. And in the magazine, as I was just showing you there, just talking you through the whole process, so cutting out, making the applique letters, working and applying the applique using that bonder web, then making up the bag outer and the lining, adding the handles, all of those steps, assembling the bag. And you can just see there with instructions as well, they're sort of labelled A to D, so you've got a reference guide to hold your hand through that whole process. So the cream and navy one you can see on the desk here. Let's just flip those straps over. So the inside of the bag matching those letters in your navy. GAGC 48. Books and stuff in navy and cream. What other stuff would you have in a book bag? Notebooks, pens?
Yeah.
Everything
college,
stationery.
really.
Yeah. Pencil case.
Computer stuff.
Yeah. You probably could fit a tablet. You could definitely fit in there. A picnic, which is important. I think it's important. That's important.
So, straps on this one. See, the yellow is quite nice. It's quite summery. So that
it's really summery. It's lovely.
So then all you do when you've done the straps is literally, again, see how you need to press it, keep pressing and pressing and pressing, then top stitch around the top. And then
just to give it that neat
just
sort of
to
roll
give it the
through.
neat finish, and then that'll be that when that's done.
Do you know what as well that would be perfect for? If you're, that reminds me of, the summer dresses that you wear at school, the gingham. If you have a blue one or a yellow one, that would work. Those two colours are those exact sort of blues and yellows that you find in those gingham school dresses, summer dresses.
They're lovely, aren't they?
So you pop the handles in just using the measurements that are on the...
yes, you put the handles on.
Yeah.
Just on the inside, just a few inches, about an inch down, and then so around the top, and then top stitch, and then that's it.
And turn it through and you're done.
And you're done.
Easy peasy.
So easy peasy. But honestly, that did look big. to me.
I don't know whether, maybe it's because it's closer together as well. But that's the thing, you've got the option, you know, creatively to do that however you like. As you said, you could put it diagonally across, or you could put it, I don't know, you could choose. You could have books on one side and stuff on the back. Or you could put it on both sides, actually, if you wanted to, couldn't you? You could do 2 lots of letters.
But always remember to do the letters upside down on the bond web.
So you can turn them
That is the most important thing.
What would happen if you didn't then? That when you...
It wouldn't stick.
It wouldn't...
You'd still do it, but it wouldn't stick like it did.
Because it would be the reverse way around.
Yeah, and it wouldn't stick. So you'd have to just...
So top tip...
You just have to zigzag it.
Letters upside down.
But, yeah, letters upside down. Ready to...
We've got another message here, let's see. Amy, what size do the patterns go up to for the skirt? Let's have a look. I think it's up to size 20. I'll just double check that for you. Let's see. Yes, sizes 6 to 20. So you can see you get these 2 patterns with the magazine as well. So you've got the Selena skirt that you can just see on the front. A lovely summery one. That would be perfect for a wedding. You know, you've got all of your instructions there for that. You can just see on the back. Oh, here's the sizing if you wanted to check. So it goes from a UK 6 to a 20. Obviously, you would just measure take it from your hip or waist measurement there. And you've also got a pattern there, the Betsy tote. So that's using Liberty fabrics, which we had on last Saturday, which were gorgeous. I don't know if they're such lovely fabrics, but another sort of quilted bag there, patchwork bag. So those all come with your magazine in with that pack this morning.
Nice for Christmas as well.
What, the bag, that bag?
Yeah. Nice for Christmas presents and
yeah, ready for all presents all the time.
Presents all the
time.
Get
a present drawer going. So Janice was using the mini iron this morning. If you've just tuned in, and we haven't had this on for a month and a half. We've just got it back in stock, and we were using it. It's a mini steam iron, so you can take it on the go, or you can just have it at home and use it as a general iron. It's great for all of these sort of, you know, for sewing projects where you're doing something slightly smaller. Let's just grab the packet for that. Where is it? Thank you.
That's the one.
Janice is taking this one home, she's hidden it. You can just see here. And it's got this really lovely, comfy grip on the top that you can just pop your hand over. Janice was saying perfect, you know, perhaps for your mum, if you struggles with a larger iron now. With the weight of it or with the grip of it. Because obviously you can pop water in here, but it's not going to be half as heavy as a regular iron.
If I just show them again.
Yeah,
just move out that. Because we can just press this, can't we? So if I just, it's already on. So if we just, because like with the top stitching on here.
Once that's rolled
it's
through.
Ideal. It's a shame I haven't got me hand needle because I'd show them how to bring the top stitching through. So if you look here, it's ideal for, and you can see how good it's pressing. Because first, when the travel irons first came out, they weren't that great.
No.
But now, they're wonderful.
Well, they really are.
They really
just
are.
A mini version of an actual iron. If you look at this is going to be another Bible of mine. You know, I have my seam ripper. Yep.
Then I have
next to your machine always, don't you? Just as you're going through.
And then I've got my little gauge, which shows all the seams as well. And now it's going to be this.
Add it to your kit.
Add it to the kit.
So if that is on your basket, just a stock warning on that. It's going really quickly this morning, XAPH07. Or you can give the call centre a ring, 0800 112 4433. So I'm just going to recap those other bundles that we've got for the book bag this morning. You're back in an hour, Janice, aren't you?
Yeah.
What are we doing at 10 o'clock?
The tool.
The tool roll, yes. So it's perfect for keeping all your sewing things in one place, or you could use it for toiletries and makeup and stuff, couldn't you?
And the men could use it.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. So get a cup of tea. We'll see you in an hour. Thanks,
see you in a bit.
Let's look at these other colour options. So the duck egg blue and the orange, is that still in the lead? Is that the most popular still? Almost sold out. We're just going to check that one. So this one here is the most popular this morning. It's the duck egg blue. So that linear texture fabric on that lovely there's one left. So if you do check out your baskets on those, and again you get a metre of that lovely burnt orange. So that's for your lining, your handles, and the applique. And the main body of the bag itself would be in the duck egg blue. And you can just see those threads there that you get with that. DIGC 31. Just one left of those, so you have to be speedy. Now, the next colour option is the one that we've been working with this morning. So that lovely, vibrant sky blue and sunshine yellow. This is the second most popular, perhaps because we've seen it in action today. So you can see that lovely bright bold yellow and then the sort of softer sky blue, again with that cross-hatching detail on it there. I think this would be perfect for a school bag. As I said, going with a lot of school uniform sort of colours in those gingham summer dresses. QLGC 50. Again, with the magazine and your threads and bonder web. And this is what it looks like finished, the one that Janice has done this morning. So you just get an idea of how those colours come together with your yellow peeping through on the inside and on the handles. Then we also had the navy and cream that we had made up this morning too. So you've got a metre of your navy, just your classic navy there, and then half a metre of the cream crosshatch detail, your bonder web and your thread too. Again, this is another really popular one, so you will need to check out your baskets on this. GAGC 48, and those are your threads as well that you get with that. And finally, we have got our red and mercury grey, so that lovely postbox red. It's a really vibrant red. You can see your threads there as well, your complementary red thread that's going to roll off the fabric as I place it there, and your grey as well. This might be more of a Christmassy one. AQGC 45. Bonder web thread, you're simply sewing free magazine with all of those patterns inside as well. Now remember to get in touch, a couple of you letting us in on the secrets of your sewing mishaps this morning, so perhaps you've had something go wrong as well. Let us know, share the secret with us. You can get in touch, you can either email us, studio@sewingquarter.com, and you can send a picture if you do that as well, or you can get in touch via the website, the message the studio box. So we love to hear from you if you've got any questions for Janice. She's back at 10 o'clock doing that tool roll, so get them in and we can get those answered for you, or anything you want to see again. So in the next hour, we're doing some Quilt As You Go placemats that we've never had on before. These are a premiere, so you won't want to miss these. It's the easiest and quickest way to do quilting. It's like painting by numbers. So I'll see you in 3. Bye.
Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love.
So I'm going to be showing you how to do an ease stitch. It's very similar to our running stitch here, but the purpose of it would be different. So I've kind of mocked the head of a sleeve here. 9 times out of 10 you will have to ease the top section of your sleeve. So this is the stitch that you would do that with if you were going to do it with hand. So I'm going to use the embroidery thread. I've just popped a knot on the end again just so it doesn't pull through. Normally you wouldn't do it with embroidery thread. So on your sleeve, normally these sections will need to be kept as they are because it's only this section here that we need to be working with. So I'm going to be doing a running stitch quite close to the edge of the fabric. I'm just going to do the quick method here where you're pulling the needle through the fabric while keeping it on the same needle. So I'm going to stop there and then pull that all the way through like so. So you can see that I've got just that section sewn there, and then as I begin to pull you can see that I'm easing the head of my sleeve in. So when that is stitched, these curves should disappear, they shouldn't be there because you've eased the bigger section into a smaller section on the clothing. So that's easing.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @sewingquarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
Join us on Thursday the 10th of August for a day like no other. The maestro of colour, Kay Fassett himself, will be visiting the Sewing Quarter studio. Kay Fassett has inspired people across the world with his colourful work in fabric, knitting, needlepoint, patchwork, painting and mosaic. And in these 2 unmissable programmes, we'll meet the man behind the fabric masterpieces that so often feature in our shows. So tune in on Thursday the 10th of August at 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. as we step into Kaif's world, exclusively on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Good morning, welcome back. If you've just joined us, lovely to have you with us. Perhaps you've never seen Sewing Quarter before, so thanks for your company. Nice to see you this morning. In this hour, we've got a Quilt As You Go launch, so something that we've never had on the show before. This is a premiere of a brand new Quilt As You Go placemat. So perhaps if you are familiar with Quilt As You Go and you've done it previously, it's kind of like painting by numbers. So you have a batting or a wadding that's already got all of your placements marked on there. So it's printed onto the batting already. All you have to do is apply your fabric and it quilts it straight away, so it's a much quicker way of getting a finished quilted product without all the hassle of figuring out where you're going to arrange your fabrics. Everything's marked on there. In fact, I'll show you. It's probably best if I just show you. So this is the brand new one this morning. This is called Cassablanca, and you get 6 placemats here. So this is something that you could use, perhaps as seasonal decor for your table or just for general decoration, for home decoration. You can see here it's creating these placemats, perfect for the dining room table or the kitchen table. So these are 80% cotton and 20% polyester. So this is quite a new material from Quilt As You Go. It's a really lovely soft wadding. And what's lovely about this placemat is it's 20 seams. So once you've done those 20 seams, you've got that finished quilted mat, perfect for a beginner, or if you're a more advanced sewer and you just want a nice, quick, straightforward project. It's like sewing by number. So this is a premiere. We're actually already limited on stock for this. This is brand new on the show today. Let me show you. I'm going to open it out so you can get more of an idea of what's going on. Here it is. So this is bigger than you think, actually. You get a lot in here. It's a really lovely soft, it's like little bits in the air. A really lovely soft wadding. Let's open that right up. Massive. So what you do is you can cut out, it's upside down, but you can cut out one of these mats. So this here would be one mat, which is a nice sort of sizable placemat. If you imagine you've got, sort of a dinner plate on there, you could use these for the garden, perhaps for a summer barbecue or a summer party. And then I don't know if you can see, but you've got all those different sections. It's marked on sort of in a nice strong navy blue colour there. And then all of these strips, so this is perfect if you have got, a rotary cutter and it's all straight edges, so it's simple in that regard. And there are 20 seams, so all of the different sections are numbered 1 to 20. As you pop your fabric on, you can obviously see how this is going to be, quite literally, quilt as you go. You're going to quilt as you do it. So as you start to put the fabric on and, to attach these seams, you're going to start to grow out that quilt, but it's already straight onto your wadding. So all you then have to do is add your backing to that quilt. And you're done. You've got a quilted placemat there ready to go. So as I said, it's a nice, let's check the sizing on that so I can just show you, so you get an idea of the size of the placemats. So they're 19 inches by 15 inches, the sort of finished size of that placemat. So once it's finished, you can just see there the effect, depending on what fabric as well. What's lovely about these is you still have the creative freedom, to add different fabrics. So the design is going to be very different depending on what colours you use. But it's a pre-printed batting. You obviously don't even have to use patterned fabric. You could just go for solids. You could match that with your kitchen or your dining room. But if you've done any Quilt As You Go before, send us in a picture of one that you've done, and let us know how you found it. Did you enjoy the process? Was it easy? Was it quick? Because you are quite literally quilting as you go. It's very simple and straightforward. Perhaps you've not ventured into quilting before, and you do maybe more dressmaking or sort of slightly smaller projects. This is a great way to start as well, because it's not one big quilt. It's a smaller, more manageable piece. So if you want some fabric options for these placemats this morning, we've got them for you. We've got some fabric bundles that are perfect for doing all 6 placemats. So it's 5.5 metres of fabric in total to do your 6 placemats. I'll just show you those. So that's the Cassablanca Quilt As You Go placemats kit, brand new this morning. But 2 fabric bundle options for these placemats. These just are like farmhouse kitchen. The fabrics in these bundles really do scream farmhouse kitchen to me. So I'm going to start with this lovely chicks and eggs. So this bundle here is sort of creams, greys. You've also got some turquoises, a really lovely colour palette there. So let's have a look first of all at this chicks and eggs. I love these fabrics. I think they're lovely. So 5.5 metres of fabric in total. You've got, as you can see here, 0.5 metre of your chicks and eggs. This is on sort of a soft sandy colour there in the background, and then obviously your yellow chicks. So you've got 0.5 metre of that one. Let's fold this one up. Then you've got 0.5 metre of maize, which is this one here, so you can just see that yellow. Then you've got 0.5 metre of, you've got this turquoisey green. You can just see that one there. So spearmint. You've got 1.5 metres of your linear texture, sort of a nice aqua colour there, so you could use that for some of the slightly larger sections. 0.5 metre of your slate grey. 0.5 metre of glacier grey. Then you've got 1 metre of your antique white, so 1 metre, 0.5 metre, 0.5 metre, 0.5 metre, 0.5 metre, 1 metre here, and 0.5 metre there of your cross-hatched on your cream. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different fabrics in that bundle. So a really lovely way to, you can mix and match those colour combinations. You could perhaps do all of the quilts in the same formation, or you could mix and match those. So they could be, you could play around with where you place the different colours and, how they come together. So perhaps you might focus more, you might have one that's just with solids and a tiny splash of the chicks and eggs. You might have one that really focuses on that. You can play around with the different placements. But that's the yellow chickens bundle. SGCC, let's do that again. SCGC01 is your item number for that. And it's £46.95, 5.5 metres of fabric. And you've also got your thread there as well. So all of that in the bundle to make your placemats. Now we've got a different colourway, perhaps if you want something. This is more, this is a nice blue theme coming through with this one. And also some soft purples, sort of like a dusty purple actually in this bundle. So you've got 0.5 metre of your chicks and eggs on that really lovely soft blue. 0.5 metre of pearl blue, which must be this one. 0.5 metre of your cream. 1.5 metres of this linear texture blue, which you can just see there, sort of a nice soft duck egg blue. 0.5 metre of this cream linear. And then you've also got 0.5 metre here of this lovely soft purple and 0.5 metre of, is this buttermilk? So lots of different solid colours there. 5.5 metres, that's a lot of fabric. LZGC23, enough for all 6 placemats there. And again, you've got that complementary thread. I'm just going to open up this chicks and eggs one because I think these fabrics are lovely. So you could use these for all of the central squares within your placemat if you wanted to, or just inject this in different areas, in one little area if you'd like. But these are really lovely fabrics. That farmhouse kitchen feel to me, with your chicks and eggs there, but also the colour palette with those yellows and blues. £46.95, LZGC23 for the blue option. Let's fold that back up. So let's just show you once more that new quilt as you go this morning. That's a premiere, it's one that we've never had on. Oh wow, over half the stock of this has already gone, so if it is something that you'd like, please do check out your baskets on this. So as I showed you before, they're really nice, sizable placemats. I'll roll that down so you can just get an idea of the size. They really are quite big. 19 inches by 15, was it? Yeah, 19 by 15. As I said, this is all printed straight onto your wadding for you already, so you just need to apply the fabric. It quilts as you go, so that wadding there with the numbers already printed on, just like painting by numbers. There's 20 seams in this particular one. LSEQ02 for the Cassablanca Quilt As You Go. If you've never done Quilt As You Go before, it might be a great introduction to it for you because it's a smaller, slightly more manageable project perhaps for working around your sewing machine, because you can cut out each individual placemat and work with it, you know, one at a time. So you can take it slowly and just do one as you go. So that's really popular. If that is in your basket, you can give the call centre a ring. The number's on your screens. Or I'll just show you how you check out your basket on the website. If you go to the website, which is sewingquarter.com, and just on the top, if you go to the watch page, there'll be a live feed of today's show, and we'll just get that up on your screens for you now so you can see. Then if you scroll just beneath that live feed there's a shopping list of everything that's on today's show. So you've got all of your products that we've had on the show this morning so far. And then if you want to add one to your basket, you just click on that, you add to your basket there, then you check it out. And that isn't guaranteed as your order until you've checked out all the way through to the end. So just putting it in your basket doesn't reserve it. So you do need to make sure if you want it that you've got all the way through to the end, because that isn't allocated to you until the payment's been processed. But there's only one lot of postage and packaging a day here at Sewing Quarter. It's $2.95. It's capped at midnight. So if you see something later on that you think you might also want to add to your basket, you don't have to worry about being charged twice. You can just check out as many times as you want. So we also had some, this is an example of Quilt As You Go on the wall behind me here this morning. It does form a really lovely, this is a full size, this is a much larger quilt. This one's called Sophisticated. I'm standing right behind the thing on the screen. This one's called Sophisticated Strips. So this is one that we've made on the show using Quilt As You Go. As you can see, nice big panels. And you've got your different quilted sections there. So you can just add your different colours to, you've got those nice diagonal sections on the corners and that main middle section there too. But you've got, I'm just going to grab the, where is it, the Sophisticated Strips? Oh, here it is. This is the one that's on the wall behind me, so if you do like the look of that one, it's a nice big quilt, as you can see. The finished size of this is, I don't want to tell you wrong, 40 inches by 50 inches. And the great thing about Quilt As You Go is if you want to go bigger, you can attach two together. So there's nothing stopping you multi-buying these and, making an even bigger quilt. So if you wanted to go for 80 by 100, you could scale that up and buy two Quilt As You Go sets. That graphic on your screen isn't this one actually. I think we'll just change that. It's Sophisticated Strips. So you can just see here, this is the pattern, creating those main blocks in the middle and then those different corner sections. A lovely way if you've got fabric in your stash, solids and perhaps those spot-on fabrics as well, to incorporate those. NTEQ46, there it is, Sophisticated Strips. And this one again is 80% cotton and 20% polyester. So it's that nice soft wadding again, really lovely. It's that same texture as this placemat one that we've launched this morning. If you've done this before, please send in a picture of your finished quilt as you go. I'd love to see it. Oh, have we got a picture in? Just bear with us, we're going to get that on the screens in a moment. We get lots of pictures, but if we don't get a chance to show them all on the show, I always look at them afterwards, so please do send them in. I love seeing your photos. So we've also got this morning some best press sprays. So if you haven't heard of these before, Quilt As You Go actually recommend using these. They're a starch spray that you can use, when you're pressing and when you're ironing. There are 3 different options in terms of scent, but what's lovely about these, unlike your traditional starch sprays where perhaps you get, that white residue that's left, or they don't smell particularly nice, these are also a way of adding a scent if you want to, or there's a scent-free option. So I'll start with the lavender one. As I said, these are recommended by Quilt As You Go to give you that lovely crisp finish like you can see on the wall. It gives you that lovely sort of nice finished crisp edges. Also, you can use this for general ironing, for pressing clothes, for cuffs and collars on your shirts, giving them that nice sharp edge. That's your lavender one there. And again, it's a nice plastic bottle. You can obviously see how much you've got inside, see how much is left. So that's your lavender spray. Then the next scent option, this is my favourite. I love this one. This is fresh linen, this smell. So it's just like when the washing comes out of the washing machine. I'm going to spray it in. Last time I had this on, I'm just going to spray it. I love it. I love the smell. We need smelly telly. You need to be able to smell it. It's so lovely. And so this is your fresh linen here. It's just that lovely fresh scent. RDEQ08 for that one. And finally, if you want to go scent-free, if you don't want to add any fragrance to your laundry, perhaps, you know, your washing powder or fabric conditioner is enough. This is a scent-free option, again, with that, it's again, with your starch in that Mary Ellen Best press. NDEQ 38, and that's the scent-free version. All of those are $4.95, so it just depends which scent you like. So our Quilt As You Go hour, we've got some other Quilt As You Go options for you. We've got those brand new placemats this morning. Over half the stock of those has already gone. So if you do want to purchase that, please check out your baskets. Not to add any undue pressure, but just so you're aware. I want to keep you in the loop. So Rolling Stones, let's have a look at this one. Now, we've never made this one before. If you've bought this one, send us a picture so we can share it. This is actually a different type of wadding. This one is 100% polyester. So where these others are a mix, these are 80% cotton, 20% polyester. This one is 100% polyester. So it's got a slightly, I don't know if you can see at the side here, the loft there, it's a thicker wadding. It has a different feel to it. This is actually then one of their sort of newer formulas. But again, you can see on the back here all of those pre-printed sections on the quilt itself for you to follow. Now, what you're really going to want to see is the actual what the blocks look like. So let's just show you that. Sort of a star effect on that block, and it's got 6 blocks there with the sashing going through it. Now, this batting as well is also fusible. The back of this is fusible, so when you're adding your backing fabric, it's a really easy way of completing the quilt nice and quickly. So this actually includes, it's 6 12-inch blocks, and then it obviously makes a finished quilt size of 24 inches by 36 inches. And all Quilt As You Go packs, as you can see here, they have a YouTube channel, so you can check out their videos online. They talk you through sort of instructions of easy to follow instructions of how to make the quilts. So that's just a little extra there. And of course, as well, you can go back and watch our shows on YouTube. We do a lot of Quilt As You Go here at Sewing Quarter. You can go back and look at the previous shows where we've made perhaps this sophisticated strips one. I think that was Lucy Brennan, if my memory serves me correctly. But you can go back and watch how we made that. So if you buy the Quilt As You Go set and you also want a bit of a tutorial on that, then you can watch online. So another option, I've got a whole trolley of Quilt As You Go here. I've got to find the right one. Let's see. Oh yes, we've got a nice example of this one. Let's move our fabrics over. This one, I believe, was Victoria Peat that made this. So this is London Labyrinth. This is back to the 80% cotton, 20% polyester mix. So that nice soft wadding. You can just see your pattern here. Again, this is one where you've got 6 blocks and your sashing. XREQ 69. $11.95. Now, the finished size of this one is, again, 24 inches by 36 inches. And let's look at the block itself so you get more of an idea. I think you get so much more of an idea when you visually see these with the fabric involved as opposed to just the wadding itself. You can start to see the possibilities, you know, of how you could make it a bit more exciting. I love this. It's a great way of starting your first quilt if you've never done one before, because you haven't got to think about the design of the quilt itself. You've only got to choose your fabric and where you want to put it. So this one was made by Victoria Peat. It's got two different colourways here, 2 different options. So again, you can chop and change these according to what you might have in your stash or the fabric that you choose to buy for it. But you can see here that nice central square and then moving outwards with your rectangular shapes. And then those nice diagonal sections as well. And here it is in pink too, just as another colourway. Again, you just get to see that nice different shaping option. London Labyrinth, $11.95, XREQ 69. And the last one, shall I pile these up? Just do like a big stack. Now the last one is Paris on Point. Let's show you. I'm going to show you the blocks first, actually. So this is, if you want to keep the blocks separate, Joy Edgington actually made these. If you wanted to do, you can keep the blocks separate, or you can assemble them into one big quilt. So this is how they look on their own. Obviously, if once you've binded them, you can just use those as separate individual pieces, as so. So perhaps you could incorporate that into a cushion or a bag. Or you go for it and you go for the whole big quilt. This actually has been done as a table runner. So this shows you the possibilities that you have. We can put it right over the table. Once you've got those blocks, you can put them together however you like. You can chop and change them. You can just see there, again, once you've got your fabric in place, how that works, with your different colourways. So this one is Paris on point. Let's check your sizing on this one. So again, it's 6 12-inch finished blocks. So each of these are 12 inches. So 24 inches by 36 if you go for one big quilt. But you can assemble that as a table runner. Then you can make matching placemats. So perhaps if you multi-bought this and you had 6 as a table runner, then you could have 6 individual mats. Lots of different ways of customizing this. And this again is 80% cotton, 20% polyester. So the only one that's different, just so you're clear, is the Rolling Stone, which is the 100% polyester wadding. All of the others this morning are 80% cotton, 20% polyester. Stocks are low on this, Paris on point, LXEQ 15. And again, that one is $11.95. Oh, we've had some pictures in. What pictures have we had this morning of Quilt As You Go? Let's see which ones we've got. Oh, I can see, this is the same one. This is from Linda. Her first ever attempt at quilting. Is it her first ever attempt at quilting? Oh, so Linda loved the project so much she's going to attempt a large quilt. That's exactly it. So that's given you an introduction to quilting and what you can make. And that's Paris on point, isn't it, that one there? Fantastic. So you see, that's how it works as well. Assembled, with those 6 as a lap quilt, if you want to do it like that. You can see again how you could scale that up if you wanted to go for, so what would that be, 48 inches by 72. If you bought 2, you could go for a slightly larger quilt or the table runner. That's lovely. Thanks, Linda. Let's have a look at this next picture. Who's this one from? This one's from Jackie. Morning, Jackie. And this is Rolling Stone. Oh, look. So that's that star effect one you can see there. What I love is how you can start to see with the different fabrics and the different colour combinations, they all look so different regardless of the fact that that pre-printed batting is giving you your shape. Fab. Thanks, Jackie. I love seeing all your pictures. And we've got another one. This one is from, was it from Sarah or Zara? Well, who was it from? Sarah. Morning, Sarah. Let's see this one. Oh, this is another whole quilt been put together with 6 blocks. Oh, that's the Tilda Circus fabric I can spy there. I love that range. Oh, so also going to make some placemats with the Christmas fabric. See, that's a great way for seasonal decor. Gorgeous. I love it. Thank you so much for sending those in. It looks lovely in the Tilda. I'm a big fan of Tilda. I just got a sneaky peek at the new Tilda range that's coming in September. You're going to love it. I probably shouldn't talk about that yet, but it's fab. I know you're going to like it. Okay, so brand new today was the Quilt As You Go placemat set. So as much as you can use those blocks individually if you want to as placemats, this is a lovely way, for seasonal decor, for adding a bit of something new. Perhaps you've got some fabric that you want to inject into your kitchen or dining room. This is specifically designed for placemats. So rather than it being a block, that's got a dual use, this is specifically to be used as a placemat. So you've got 6 placemats within this wadding itself. I'll open it up a little bit so you can see. These are nice big placemats, 19 inches by, let's double check, by 15. So you can see here these 2 side by side, and there's 20 seams within each of these, all nice, all straight lines. And if you're a beginner, a great way as someone, as the messages we're having in this morning, as an introduction to Quilt As You Go. Keeping it simple in the middle is obviously that's probably going to be covered by a plate, but lovely that you can just see those splashes of fabric. Because they are slightly larger, once you've got your plate in the middle there, you're still going to see the work and, the fabric that you've chosen to use once you've got a plate on the mat itself. So that's lovely. You still get to get a peep through of the work that you've put in. More than half the stock has gone now of this brand new Cassablanca placemats, LSEQ02. Again, I'm just going to show you this lovely soft wadding. That's the pre-printed, that's how it comes in one big pack for you there. It is a really lovely soft wadding. Really lovely. And you can just see there with your numbers all printed on in all of those different sections. Just creating that shape. And you get 6 of those within this wadding itself. 15.95, LSEQ02. How many people are making these for Christmas? That's what I want to know. How much of, so over half the stock's gone. How many of those people are planning to make Christmas placemats? Oh, we've got a rogue thread. Let's move that over. So if you are buying those placemats, that Cassablanca placemats this morning, we've done some fabric bundle options for you. So 5.5 meters of fabric in total and 8 different fabrics that you can use to incorporate into all of those different 20 sections within each placemat. So we've got 2 colourways. Which is most popular at the moment? The yellow. Let's start with the yellow then. I'll move the blue over. So as I said, 5.5 meters of fabric in total, 8 different fabrics. 5 of these are solid, so I'll show you those to start with. You can just see there that lovely turquoise, the bright, vibrant yellow, and then incorporating some creams and greys as well. These are all 100% cotton. They're spectrum solid, so you get that nice, rich, uniform colour. And these have been paired with 2 linear texture fabrics. Let's open that up a little bit so you can see. So you've got that lovely sort of aqua crosshatch linear detail there, much like the bag we made this morning with Janice, actually. So that comes in 2 colours within this bundle. You've got your lovely aqua, then you've also got your cream as well. Oh. Let's just show you those together. I like the linear texture fabric. I just think, as opposed to just having solids, it adds a little bit more interest, a bit more detail. And then the highlight of this bundle for me is the chicken and egg, the chicks and eggs. So this is what it's named after. So this is like your lovely farmhouse kitchen. It's that lovely sort of natural colours there you can see in the background, that sandy colour with your chicks and your eggs and those little blades of grass too. Homegrown chicken. SCG. Last time I read that code, I got it wrong as well. SCGC01. It's all jumbled up this morning. 46.95 and 5.5 meters fabric plus your thread. I didn't mention that, so it's a Gutermann thread. You get 100 meters and it's 100% polyester. Now there's also another colourway, a different colour option for your fabric bundle for the placemats. Let's fold these up. Okay. I didn't do that very well, did I? Let's just fold that back on there. Here we go. So again, this is a different colour option, 5.5 meters of fabric in total. I'll start with the chicken and egg this time and open it right up so you can see. This is on a lovely sort of blue colour. Now you can mix and match these bundles as well. If you were going to make, if you wanted to make more placemats, perhaps you've got an occasion where you're going to have 12 people around the dinner table. You could have blues and you could have your yellows, both of them using the chicken and egg fabric. So you have 0.5 meter of that. Then you've got lots of different solids and your linear texture fabrics as well. So you've got your you've got this sort of lovely creamy linear texture fabric. Then you've got your duck egg blue. Again, linear texture. Then we move into the solids, but you can just see how these colours have been teamed perfectly. Introducing some lovely blues there and also some dusty purples. That's a really soft, sort of edging towards a cream, but there's definitely a purple hint in that, like a lilac-y hint. A nice buttermilk there. And your cream. And that there is all paired with that Macawa homegrown chickens on blue. LZGC23, 46.95, and you're getting 5.5 meters of fabric there and your thread. Okay. So next up, if you've noticed the quilt behind me this morning, it's a quilt as you go. So it's, I don't know if do we call it a cheat? I don't know, it's just it's not a cheat, it's a nice quick way. It's a fast forward way to getting a quilt done a bit quicker. Perhaps if you want to give one as a gift or it's as an introduction to quilting, it's just like painting by numbers. You're just adding your fabric to the pre-printed wadding. The one you can see behind me was made by Lucy Brennan. You can go back and watch how she did that, the technique for actually making the quilt itself. This one's called sophisticated strips. What's lovely about this is you get nice big sections of fabric and you can quilt more if you want to. I remember Lucy saying, you know, if you want to add in extra sections, you could divide this up further to adding extra quilting lines, or you can just follow the guide itself that's all in the wadding. This is the, you can just see here how it comes. So this is your 80% cotton, 20% polyester wadding. Everything's marked on there for you. You're just adding your fabric to that. As it says here, it's sewing by numbers. So this one is 14 seams within this one, so it's even less seams than those placemats. This is an express quilt as you go, so it's designed to be super speedy, and you can see it come together really quickly because of those nice big sections in the middle. And I'll just show you here, you can see on the back, these are the lines, so they're really clearly marked for you. They're also numbered, so you know exactly where to pop your fabric. The finished size of this quilt is 40 inches by 50 inches, sophisticated strips. NTEQ 46. So after the premiere, which is the Cassablanca, that brand new Placemats one this morning, the most popular is London Labyrinth. So let's look at that one. Let's just swap it. So this one is your London Labyrinth. This is one where you've got 6 block options. So again, you can incorporate this into a table runner. You could use this as 6 different blocks if you wanted to use the block in the front panel of a bag or a cushion, or you could use these, you know, as one big quilt, and you could multi-buy and make it an even bigger quilt if you wish to. This is an example of 2 of the blocks, and when it comes together with that sashing between it, obviously you can add your binding to that as well. But a really lovely design, incorporating the squares and rectangles there. I'll show you the back as well, so you can just see. Oh, I put a pin in this morning to label it. But you can just see the quilted sections there. You can see those different blocks and where they, you know, perhaps if you can't see it with the fabrics on your screen. So as you're attaching your fabric and sewing it together, you're also quilting at the same time. So it's just one lot of sewing. You haven't got to do it twice. You haven't got to assemble the fabric and then quilt it. It's all in one quick, speedy process. So you can see here how it looks all together with, you know, with the 6 blocks. If you wanted to keep them as one big quilt, you can just see there with that nice sashing dividing, almost like little windows with stained glass windows, with the 6 different blocks coming together. So this is the most popular this morning after the Cassablanca brand new one. We had a picture sent in as well of this. If you've made it, send us in a snap, studio@sewingquarter.com. I love to see your pictures. That's actually, you can only send images in via email. You can't do it using the live feed message box. So if you do want to attach a picture, just do it by email. It goes straight upstairs to our producer, Paul, and then we can have a look at them and maybe we can show them on the show. So, did you say we've had an email? Oh, here, we're going to show you the email so you can see. There it is. studio@sewingquarter.com. Next up is Rolling Stone. So where is that one? Here. So this is the one, we've had a couple of people sending in pictures of this morning. We saw that lovely lilac colour combination. This sort of has a star effect. We've not got this one made up yet. I'm sure we'll be having a show with this one soon. And this is on a different wadding. This is on 100% polyester. So it's a more spongy, I don't know if you can just see there. I'll give it a squidge. It's a sort of a thicker wadding. But the Rolling Stone design, you can see on the front here, if I point this side, again with 6 blocks. If you wanted to scale that up and go for 12, or even 24 if you were going for a really big quilt. All of your numbers are marked again on the batting. So changing you know, the fabric colour combinations, and it changes the design. And this is also a fusible backing with this. So all you've got to do is iron your backing fabric on, and you know, it's fusible. So again, taking out another step for you, making it easy. If you're going for the 12 block quilt, you can see there how that comes together to make a slightly larger version. And you can see again, the easy to follow instructions you can watch on YouTube. Quilt As You Go have a YouTube channel, and you know, they'll hold your hand through that process. OXEQ79. That's for the Rolling Stones. I think we need music for that, Rolling Stones quilt. Producer Paul, but we need some sort of backing music. Is that appropriate for sewing? I don't know. I don't know if those two go hand in hand. So that one there is your Rolling Stones. The launch this morning, the one behind me is the Sophisticated Stripes, or Strips, sorry, I should say, if you like that one. And the Placemats is the Cassablanca. That's the launch this morning. I'll just quickly show you that once more in case you haven't seen that today. 6 placemats in your Cassablanca, and they're 19 inches by 15. Have I learnt that by now? I should have. Yes, 19 by 15. So you get 6 placemats in there. Lots of people with that in their baskets this morning. So it's got 20 seams. That looks like it's going to sell out, so please do check it out if you do want to buy that. Sewing by numbers. So you simply cut your fabric, you sew by numbers, and then you're completing your placemat in those 3 simple steps. That's a brand new one, so if you want that, you will need to buy that now. Buy that one today. LSEQ02. Never had it on the show before. $15.95. We've got loads of people buying that this morning. Let's see who's already got that. So we've got Polly from Norfolk. Morning, Polly. We've got Sarah, who's bought 2 from Hampshire. So perhaps you're going to obviously go for a slightly scaled up version, or you've got a big family dinner coming up with 12 people. Who knows? We've got Sally Ann from Staffordshire. I've got so many names. Patricia from Newport. Justine from Gloucestershire. Morning to you. Nicola from Wiltshire. Marilyn from Hampshire. We've got lots of Hampshire this morning. Who else? We've got Judith from Bristol. I could go on and on and on. Lots and lots of names. So thank you so much, and congratulations if you bought those this morning. Thanks. Oh, I'm attached. Thanks for getting involved. If that's the first thing you've ever bought with Sewing Quarter, welcome aboard. Welcome to the team. Now, perhaps this is your first quilt, perhaps you've never made a quilt before and you want some inspiration, or you want to know a little bit more about quilting as a technique in general, we've got this morning the quilting manual guide. So this is all about techniques. It's about explaining the quilting process. It's also got some designs in here if you want to start designing your own quilts. So perhaps Quilt As You Go has been your introduction to quilting, and now you want to start looking at expanding with your own designs. This has got templates. It's got some borders and motifs that you can incorporate. I'll show you some of those to start with. So quilting design motifs, lots of different designs here, and the lovely thing about this book is it's been contributed to by lots of different designers, so you get lots of different inspiration from different creative minds. You can see here, and what's lovely is it tells you who the motifs have been designed by, and then at the back of the book, if you liked a particular designer, you can see their own books there, perhaps to establish more of the projects and the techniques that they use. So it's a great way to be introduced to lots of different designers and what they have to offer. But it wasn't just motifs. I'll skip back. You've got all over designs here too. All those different patterns. And also borders as well. Some nice sort of intricate leaf designs here. Oh, this is perfect if you're doing those seasonal placemats. All of those sort of different weave effects for the borders. And then at the beginning of the book, I'll start at the top. You can see here your contents page, but it's talking you through the techniques. So, looking, if you've not perhaps made a quilt before, you want some inspiration on the basics, how to use your machine for quilting, perhaps you've not used it for that particular skill before. It's talking you through your threads and your fabrics and how to start doing that. You can just see here. Choosing your quilting designs. If you're designing your own block skeletons and templates, all your different tricks and tools of the trade. Tension. Loads of info in here. And also what's lovely is if you have done a Quilt As You Go and you want to start designing your own quilt, it's talking about envisaging your own quilt. We've not done a lot of actually designing your own quilt on the show, and it's something I know we want to do more of, perhaps especially if you're an experienced quilter. The process of actually designing a quilt from start to finish, free motion quilting, but looking at that, the process. Talking of quilting, if you don't already know, on the 10th of August, we've got the one and only, we've got the actual Kay Facet coming in. So he's on with Natasha. It's incredible that we've managed to get him in on the show. He's the king of colour. If you know, perhaps a lot of you are familiar with his fabrics. We have loads of them here on the show, whether that's in fat quarters, charm packs, jelly rolls, just gorgeous fabric designs in different colour. His eye for colour is just second to none. He puts together different colour combinations, and we've got him in. He's coming to Sewing Quarter on the 10th of August. If you've got questions, please do let us know so we can talk to Kay about those, or, you know, pop them on social media, email them into the studio. So we've got everything lined up, ready to go. You won't want to miss that. That's a show you won't want to miss. And I'm sure he'll perhaps talk about his process for designing a quilt from start to finish, if that's something you've not done before. Hopefully he'll tell you a bit about his process, you know, his creative process. So that's the quilting manual, SHSP 46, and it's $15.95. So it's just about taking you to that next level of quilting if you want to boost your creativity, sort of energise your quilting and with your own designs. Then lots of inspiration for borders and motifs and more. So the most popular best press spray this morning, which one was it? My favourite, it's the fresh linen. Does that mean I get to spray it again? Do I have permission to spray it in the studio? I'll spray it over here. I love it. I really do love this. So this is a fresh linen spray. If I'm ever buying an air freshener, you know, for the car and stuff, I always get a fresh linen one. Or candles, nice fresh linen candles. So this is a starch spray. It's great for ironing and for pressing, you know, for your cuffs and collars. But Quilters You Go actually recommend this particular spray to give you that nice professional crisp finish. This one here is the linen spray, so it's got that clean linen scent. And it's $4.95, RDEQ08. That one's most popular. Next up, we've got the lavender. So you can see here this lovely lilac spray. Again, just that traditional lavender scent. I won't do a mixture of smells, or I'm going to end up with well, I don't know, what would be a bit of a funny old mix. But you can see here, again, that Best Press spray from Mary Ellen. That's your lavender option. And then we've got a scent-free version. So if perhaps you don't want to inject any fragrance to your quilt or to your general ironing, this one here is a scent-free version, so you don't have to worry about that. Again, $4.95 from Mary Ellen. And these last a long time. And the lovely thing as well, because it's a clear bottle, you can see exactly how much you've got left. It's a nice easy pump spray as opposed to an aerosol. So again, environmentally friendly too. So the favourite one at the moment is your fresh linen scent, but 3 options for you there: fresh linen, lavender, or your scent-free version. And if you saw this morning in the first hour, we've managed to get back in stock the Prim Mini Iron that we've never had on the show before. Have I got one here? Yes, I have. So this morning, Janice was using for the book bag we were making. This sold out last time it was on. We've just got it back in stock a month and a half later. This is perfect for taking on the go with you as a travel iron. But it's a steam iron, which is lovely. So you pop your water just in the top here in this valve. Comes with a nice little drawstring carry case. It's ideal for needlework, for taking on the go, for taking perhaps to classes or workshops. But also Janice was saying that her mum, you know, as she gets older, struggles to lift a heavy iron once you've got your water in there. And that this would serve the purpose as a general iron if you wanted to use it for ironing clothes. But for needlework itself, great for those little fiddly, intricate parts, whether that's binding, whether that's hems, all those, or applique. XAPH07, that's the mini steam iron, $39.95. I just wanted to show you that again if you missed it this morning, because we've just got it back in stock. So a stock warning for Paris on Point. So let's just show you this one. Only a couple left of these. Joy Edgington made this on the show. You can see here as a table runner. So this is how you could use the blocks. Oh, Janice has just been to Paris. Very nice. Ooh la la. So you can see those 5 blocks there. You get 6 blocks on the wadding, printed onto that wadding, but you can just see how you could assemble those as a table runner or as individual blocks like this. So you could use those, individually, incorporate them into a project, or as placemats if you wanted to, as a square option for placemats. Paris on Point. And also the actual wadding itself, if you wanted to keep it as one big quilt, then you can. Obviously, these would just be assembled and then you'd have 6 all the way down, or 12 if you're multi-buying. Some people are buying 2 and planning probably, you know, to make a bigger quilt, or 12 placemats, who knows? Or a really long table. Maybe you're going to do a table runner of 12 all the way down. Oh. So next up is London Labyrinth. So let me show you that one. Here we go. London Labyrinth. So this one here, again, I'll show you, I think it looks better when you see it on the fabric. You get much more of an idea of what it looks like. But this one with a central square block in the middle and a couple more seams in this one. But it's really dramatic with those lovely, bright, bold fabrics there. And I'll just show you the pink option too. I love that pink one. Again, 6 blocks within this, so incorporating that in whichever way you want. This wadding is 80% cotton, 20% polyester. Again, we're low on stock on this one now. Just if you've just tuned in and you don't know what Quilt As You Go is, it's like painting by numbers. So the wadding is printed with different sections on it. You can just see here, it's marked on, it's got your numbers on there as well. So you can just see it's numbered 1 to 14 in this case. And then you just add your fabric directly onto the wadding. So you're quilting as you do it. It's pre-printed batting. You can sew and quilt those individual blocks, and then you can join them together for that finished quilt if you want to, or keep them separate. XREQ69 London Labyrinth, and that one is also £11.95. Oh, so the book, oh wow, the book that I've literally just shown you that's already incredibly popular. So that was the quilting manual that's been contributed to by lots of different designers. In fact, let me see how many designers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 13... 16 different designers contributed to this book. So you've got loads of different inspiration from different people, and it's about taking, you know, there's over 100 free motion designs in here. Oh, it says it on the front after I've added them all up, 16 quilt experts. You know, but at the beginning talking about techniques and troubleshooting and, you know, the process of actually thinking about designing your own quilt. And then all of those fantastic motifs, over 100 for all over designs, for borders, and for motifs as well. Oh, look at that, cup of tea. SHSP 46. And that's £15.95. Producer Paul's just saying, if you don't know, here at Sewing Quarter, we were set a challenge that everybody had to make a block so we could make one big quilt. I think that's the plan, to make one big quilt, with a block that everybody here at Sewing Quarter have made. So whether that's people, you know, in the office in marketing, or buyers, or upstairs. And for a few of us, it was, you know, it was the first time we'd ever made a block, me included, and producer Paul upstairs. And he just said he should have done one with a cup of tea. He's a fan of his tea. He did a skull, actually. We need to get a picture of that, Paul. And also, and I did an SQ in reverse applique, and I did the Q back to front. I reversed it. I quite literally reversed it. I did it all back to front. It took me so long that I wasn't going to do it again. I really need to get a picture of that to show you, just to share my embarrassment. So, next up, we've had 2 fabric bundle options this morning for that brand new Placemats Cassablanca Quilt As You Go. My favourite is the blue, so I'm going to start with that. You get 5.5 metres of fabric in this bundle, so it's enough for all 6 placemats. Using this lovely chicks and eggs fabric from Makawa. So you can see that one there. You get 0.5 metre of this on that duck egg blue. Oh, it's upside down. Let me turn it around. We don't want upside down chicks. So you can just see there, you've got all of your lovely little chicks and eggs. And then combined with that, you've got your solids. So you get 5 different solids in this bundle. You've got cream, you've got a slightly darker cream, more of a lilac-y, a dusty purple, a blue, and a duck egg blue as well. I'll just show you those solids there. So these are all 100% cotton again, so perfect for quilting. And they're also teamed with 2 linear texture fabrics. So you can see that cross-hatching on the duck egg blue there. There's 1 metre of that. And that's a really lovely sort of soft, silky cotton in that linear texture fabric. And your cream as well. And just paired with the chicks, and you get a thread with that as well. As I knocked it over, I realised that there was a thread. I'm just going to show you with the linear texture how they work really beautifully together. There we go. So you can just see the colours. You know, these have been picked out purposely for the colour palette and how they work well together. So the blue homegrown chicken quilted placemats, you get your thread there too. Where's that blue thread gone? I just knocked it over. Here it is. And that's $46.95, so you're getting 6 placemats for that. Or perhaps you just want to add some fabric to your stash, you know, where the colours work really well together and they've been picked out for you. Now we also had another colour option. Is this one still in the lead? Yeah, this one's more popular at the moment. So this is a yellow fabric, yellow chicks. So you can see there just on that lovely sandy sort of natural colour background. You get 1/2 metre of that from Macawa again. Nice sort of farmyard fabric. And then paired with that are your linear textures. Oh, lots of people with this in their basket, but you do need to check it out if it's in your basket. You're not guaranteed the order until you've gone all the way through till the end. So just in case, as we are now limited on stock on this yellow one, you can see here that cross-hatching detail in that lovely, this is sort of more of a green actually. If I hold the blue bundle linear texture next to it, you'll see the difference. So this is the blue one, and this is more of a green bundle. Introducing some turquoise solids as well, a nice bold yellow, a slate grey, a soft grey, and your antique white as well there. SCGC01. So many people buying that brand new Cassablanca Placemats quilt as you go this morning. Let me just show you that in case you've not seen it yet today. Where have I popped it? Which one? Where it's here? It's here, it's open. I'm going to open it up once more just so you can see quite how big it is. It's a really lovely soft wadding. But you're getting 6 placemats. I can't even, it's massive. You get 6 placemats on here, 19 inches by 15 inches. You can see just how big they are. Again, you don't have to even use these as placemats. If you wanted to cut them and assemble them as a quilt, you could. But there's 20 seams on this, so it's slightly more intricate than some of the other Quilt as you go. So you're going to get a more detailed effect at the end. Really popular this morning. This is a brand new premiere from Quilt As You Go. A lovely soft wadding. Let me pop it on the table so you can just see. Oh, if everybody checks out, we're incredibly low is the term being used on stock for this one. So if you do want this, please make sure you check out your baskets. Let's just look at it. It's just so lovely and soft as well. And you can just see this is where your numbers are all printed on. And you can just pop your fabric onto these different sections. This is the finished placemat there. So you're sewing by numbers, cutting the fabric, sewing it into place. So you just build it up. You go, you start obviously at 1 and then you go up to 20. You just follow those 20 seams, and then you can bind and back it. Really easy steps. It's just taking all the work out of it for you, because you don't have to worry about your sort of fabric placement. You haven't got to look and think, where's this going to go? You haven't got to sew it and then quilt it. You've just got that really 3 quick, simple steps. Cut your fabric, sew it straight on and quilt it at the same time, and bind and back it. You could just do one. The lovely thing as well about the Placemats projects, and actually the ones where you have individual quilt blocks, is that you can just do one at a time. That's a really manageable one project to sit down and do in one go, and then you could leave that, do another one the next day or the next week or when you next get time to do it. You don't have to think about that whole big sizable quilt that might perhaps be a 2-year project. It's more manageable. LSEQ02, that's the brand new Cassablanca placemat set. And if you do like that this morning, please do check your baskets out on that. You can give the call centre a ring, 0800 112 4433, and they'll be happy to answer any questions you've got as well about perhaps that set too. So something else that's incredibly popular this morning is London Labyrinth. So let me show you that one once more. I'll show you in your fabric. So you get 6 blocks. So this is 2 of them put together. Obviously, you could assemble that as a table runner or one big quilt if you wanted to. Half the stock of this one has gone. There's all little bits in the air from the wadding. I can just see like really lovely little soft bits of cotton floating around. So you can just see there how it starts to look with the fabric. You get more of an idea of how you can introduce different colours and different designs. Really effective. And on the back as well, you can just see the shape that the London Labyrinth's offering. and that it's quilted. XREQ69, £11.95 for that, and this is your packet here. So you can just see how the 6 come together as one big quilt if you wanted to, as a lap quilt, or you could, you know, extend that and make it 12 blocks if you wanted to multi-buy. Let's have a look. I've had a message from Maureen. Let's see. Morning, Maureen. How do you sew the fabric onto the batting? You just use the machine. So you literally, once you've got your fabric, you know, once you're starting to pop that onto the wadding itself, you just put it through your machine as you would with any other normal quilting project. So nothing complicated, no extra sort of tricks or tools needed. You don't need to add the wadding, it's already there for you. You just simply apply your fabric to it and run it through your machine. So London Labyrinth, really popular this morning, and so is Paris on Point. So let me just show you this one. So we've got the least stock of this one now. I'll show you 2 of these blocks. So again, this is another project with 6 blocks involved. If you want them individually, you can do that like that, just to give you an idea of how the blocks look, or start to assemble those however you wish. This is the Paris on Point packaging here. You can see that printed, all of the numbers printed onto that batting for you. This one again is the 80% cotton, 20% polyester. So this, again, as it says there, it's perfect to use for pre-cuts because it's all straight lines. If you've got charm packs or you've got jelly rolls that you want to use, or even fat quarters, get your rotary cutter out, cut away and get quilting. £11.95, LXEQ15. Now please, Now the premiere, that brand new Quilt As You Go set this morning, the Cassablanca one, as that's new, if you have got that in your basket, you will need to check it out just because it's going so quickly today. It's not us wanting to sort of, I don't want to apply any sort of pressure, but just so I want you to know and be aware of what's happening. That's gone really quickly this morning as it's brand new, and sometimes it takes a little while to get it back in stock. So if that is something that you want to buy, £15.95, LSEQ02. We've also had 2 fabric options in this hour if you wanted to make those placemats. We've done some bundles for you with 5.5 metres of fabric, which is enough for all 6 placemats. So first up on your screens there is the yellow option. So it's that homegrown chickens paired with the linear texture fabrics and your solids as well, and a thread. £46.95 for the yellow, and £46.95 again for the blue, again with your chickens, your linear textures and your solids, with some creams and some soft dusty purples in that set too. Both of those are £46.95 and 5.5 metres of fabric. So after the break, we've got Janice. She's back. We're doing a sewing tool roll, which is perfect for taking on the go with you, storing everything in one place. We're going to show you exactly how to make that in 3 minutes, so don't go anywhere. See you shortly.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for The Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more. Tune in on Friday the 11th of August as we welcome designer and artist Anna Maria Horner to the studio. We'll find out all about Anna Maria's work and introduce her floral retrospective collection, brand new to Sewing Quarter. Anna Maria's designs, which include fabric prints, quilts, clothing and fine art, are renowned across the globe. Her fabrics combine vintage and modern elements, which, along with the masterful use of colour, create a timeless, elegant style. Anna Maria's work has influenced a generation of sewers and quilters, not least our very own Lucy Brennan, who will also feature in this unmissable morning of shows. So join us on Friday the 11th of August at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. for our Anna Maria Horner special, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Don't forget, shopping with us is easy and simple. You can just contact us at 0800 112 4433 and speak to our UK-based call centre to place an order, or shop online with us at www.sewingquarter.com.
When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99.
When I started quilting, I'd seen Anna Maria Horner's fabric, and it was really inspirational to me. I love the way that she combines colours, and I have made a couple of quilts using her quilt patterns. I think she's really clever how she has created modern fabric, but it has a traditional feel to it at the same time. A lot of the colours she uses really appeal to me, and the way she mixes colours in quite an unusual way, but it makes them really special, makes them stand out, and you know that it's her fabric. So this quilt was created using Anna Maria Horner's featherbed pattern, and I had some of my friends that I was in quilting bee groups with make some of these feathers, and I just arranged it according to the layout that I wanted with the number of feathers that I had, and I added in different blocks, and it was all hand quilted as well. So there's some of Anna Maria's fabrics in there, and there's lots of other people's fabric scraps, and it's a beautiful, huge quilt that lives on our bed.
Join us on Friday the 11th of August at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. for our Anna Maria Horner special. Only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts.
Good morning, lovely to have you with us this morning. I'm Amy Burrows. If you've just joined us, nice to see you, nice to have you here with us. So in this hour, I'm joined again by Janice, and we're making a sewing tool roll, which I've got right here next to me. So this is a really lovely way of taking everything to perhaps a class with you on the go. We filled it with things so you can see. But it rolls up really nice and neatly, and you can just see here we've got lots of different pocket options and storage options. Who doesn't love a pocket? And this is quilted as well, so it's perfect for keeping all of your tools in one place. And in that central section, you've got almost like a pencil case there. And then another pocket on this other edge for keeping everything in one place. And what's lovely about this is it rolls up into that nice, compact, let me just give it a roll. And then you can sew it and touch it together. So we're making this morning. We've got 3 different kit options, fabric-wise, and everything you need in that kit to make it, including the zips and the wadding. And you can see there the ribbon, the buttons, the thread, the snap fasteners, literally everything you could possibly need to make the sewing tool roll. The pattern itself is taken from a Debbie Shaw book, but I'll show you that in a moment. So this is the first one. I'll show you the fabric here. That's the one you can see that Janice has made there in that sewing tool roll. What's lovely about this is because it's actually, it's a sewing fabric, so it's got lots of different spools on there in lovely different colour combinations. So it is perfect for your all your different sewing notions and bits and pieces. So threads on gold, and then that's been paired there with that green, which you can use for the lining of the sewing roll. Then you've also got your buttons. You get so much in here, your thread, your ribbon, which says, oh, I love this, handmade with love. Your zip and your snap fasteners as well. So absolutely everything you need, you just need to add your instructions. Oh, and also I forgot this, your wadding, which is under here. You're never going to use all of this. So you get a metre of wadding, so you've got plenty there for other projects to add to your stash. All of that comes as well with your bundle too. So that's the first option. Then we've got chickens on the brain this morning. Got another chicken. So we've got chickens on blue. This is on a lovely duck egg blue. I must just warn you, we've actually got a limited stock on this this morning. So if this is the one that you like, you will need to be quick for this one. So you've got your chickens on blue there with that lovely little red detail on the heads. And it's a lovely, these fabrics, as I said with the chicks and eggs actually in that previous hour with Quilt As You Go, these are a really lovely silky cotton. They are really soft. So that's the blue chickens, and that's paired there with a solid as well for your lining. Again, your zip, your fasteners, your ribbons, your buttons, your thread, and your wadding. Everything that you need there. ZNGC02, and that's 22.45. And then the final option This one, fruit salad, this is a really fun bundle. I've not actually seen this fabric before. It's from Erin McMorris, and this is taken from her sugar collection. And she said that this collection was inspired by sort of sunny afternoons in the garden with her friends, and just thinking about, you know, when she was younger, and ice creams and fruit and bicycles and treating herself. And so the sugar collection was inspired by that, and that fruit salad fabric has come about as a result of that. It's a really lovely, playful print. I've never seen this one before. And it's just it's a really summery as well. So you get, you've got your fabric there, 1/2 metre of that from Erin McMorris, and that's paired with a solid that picks out, you can just see that colour in the pears and in some of the other fruits. I don't know what's wrong with me at the moment, but I'm obsessed with melon. I don't know why. I keep all of the time. Watermelon, any melon. What are the other melons called? Cantaloupe, that's the one. I don't know why, I can't stop eating melon. Just an obsession. So then you've also got your threads, you've got your ribbons, you've got your snap fasteners, your buttons, your wadding, your zip. Again, everything there to make the tool roll. I'll just show you actually the detail on here where you use the snap fastener. Oh, I'll just let you see that first. IHGC 51, and that's 23.45. I have to say, that one is my favourite this morning. Just because it's brand new, I've never seen it before. It's nice and bright and vibrant. And the snap fasteners, if you're wondering what those are for, we use those on this pocket detail here. I don't know if you can see, but you're using the ribbon. You've got a button on the top, so for attaching the bow itself, just for a bit of extra detail. And as you come down here, there's a snap fastener just over the sort of the edge of this pocket, so keeping everything nice and tight when you roll it up. So I'll take this roll made by Janice. Let's give it a roll. And this will be obviously different size depending on how much you've got inside as well. Let's take the book and head over to Janice. How are you doing, Janice? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. All good.
Yeah, good. And it's like you say, melons and fruits and...
That's just lovely and playful, isn't it?
Because it's so horrible outside and it's still
What's
summer.
happening?
And you're thinking, oh,
no,
come back, please,
I refuse for it to be done.
Yeah,
Definitely not.
So this is a bit more complicated than the actual book bag.
Okay.
So
producer Paul said we've got to roll with it because it's a roll.
It's not so much complicated. It's just fiddly.
Fiddly.
It's just fiddly with everything in, you know. So
what's fiddly about it?
It's just the actual making, like of the pencil case, and then the bow, and the just fiddly bits and pieces. So
it's kind of the separate options, the separate sort of elements that you've got to make and then attach. So that's what it makes it a bit more intricate.
It's a bit more intricate. So, but fun.
Yeah.
Good fun making it. So, and that's the main thing.
You can see it here actually. It's on the front. It's taken from the Debbie Shaw book, and it's actually the project that's on the front of the book here. We've made loads of projects from this. It's all about sewing room accessories, so different storage options and storage caddies and cutting mat bags and sewing machine covers. It's only $6.95. There's 15 different storage options in here. I'll show you some of the other projects we've actually made from this book. You made one, didn't you, Janice?
Yeah,
storage caddy.
The storage caddy.
But, you know, and the pin cushion.
Isn't that lovely, the pin cushion?
The pumpkin pin cushion. It's cute, isn't it?
Nice. So pretty.
But a sewing case.
I like Debbie Shaw. I think that's what we
Tidy
made.
caddy. Yes, we've made. Actually, have we got that here? Yes, we have.
Yeah. That one.
You made this.
Yep.
You can go back and watch that on YouTube if you want to.
Yeah,
so this was taken from the Debbie Shaw book with all those different pockets.
Yeah.
And we also had, what was the other one?
And I enjoyed making that as well. It's really nice.
I think I did that with you. I'm pretty sure we did that together.
It's really nice.
And there's a chair storage. Would you mind just holding that a second?
No problem at all.
Thanks.
Let me get that out the way.
So this was to hang over the arm of your chair,
Nice.
again with a pin cushion on the top. You can just see that floral detail on that pin cushion's lovely, sort of revealing back those petals.
It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it, that?
So it's a fantastic book, loads of projects in there. Ideal for sewists because, you know, it's projects that you can incorporate into a workroom, or just, you know, perhaps if you sew in the lounge or anywhere, you know, you've got different things to take on the go with you. So from Debbie Shaw, MTSP62, and it's only $6.95, so...
Well worth it.
Well worth it.
It is well
So we're cracking on with this project on the front, the sewing tool roll that we've got here.
So all the measurements and sizes are in the book. So the first thing you do is you actually cut out the actual back and the front of the actual holder, where you're going to put all your pockets, and that's your first thing you do.
Okay.
But then what you have to add to that, so you've got your outer layer and you've got your lining, okay? So the lining in this case is the plain blue. You can do whatever way you like, but we've done it with the blue. So what you do is you actually cut out your wadding to the same measurement.
Yeah.
And then you do a 4-inch circle template, or you can use a saucer.
Okay.
Because what you're going to do is just cut round that.
Oh, so we want to curve the edges?
So you want to curve the edges, and you just do it with a 4-inch circle template. So on each of the corners, you just
rounding them off so you
and
can...
round them off, yeah.
It just gives it that nice sort of curve rather than it being angular.
That's it, rather than it just be square.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the first thing you do, and then you then stick your wad in, and you do that with the adhesive.
Oh, the spray adhesive glue, okay.
So again, easy.
Just give it a squirt.
Give it a spray, 20 centimetres up in the air, give it a spray, and then you just apply that and just flatten it out, and then put them to one side just to dry flat while you get on with the rest of it.
Okay, so you cut the fabric, you round the corners, and then you apply the wadding with the glue.
Apply the wad with the adhesive, and then pop your...
Okay, great.
Okay.
So then we leave those there. Let's leave that fabric so you can see that lovely fruit salad.
So what we do, you cut out 4 zipper pouches, and again...
The pattern's in the book?
It's all in the book.
Okay.
So what you do on here is you do the 4 of the zipped pouches pieces.
Okay.
So you've got the 2 lining and the 2
body
outer. But again, you could do it in all the same design if you wanted to.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be, you know, lining different, but it looks nice if it is.
just peeps through, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I like that.
So the first thing you do, you get your seams right, which is my little Bible, and you have to cut a 1.5 inch square. So it's 1.5 inches going across and 1.5 inches on each of the 4 corners of each piece.
We've got less than 5 of those in stock. Janice loves it. It's her little go-to.
I love it because you just literally go like that and like that. And then it's got all the measurements, if nobody's seen it before. So you've got your 3/4, your 1/2 inch, your 1/4 inch, your 5/8, your 3/8, and your 1 inch. But this is what I love as well, is the buttonhole marker.
Just already marked this, you can put your pen straight through it.
So you've got your inch there, lining, and then from there, if you say stick a pin there, you can just put your, well, over this, and then just draw it.
Pop the buttonhole right on.
Put your buttonhole right on this. So it's all good. Now you mark it really. So, but yeah.
So you use that for the edges. You could use that here again for the edges of the bag.
Rather than a tape measure, because with the tape measure, you've always got the metal on the ends, that gets in the way.
So you have to move it along a little bit and then a bit fiddly.
So it's more fiddly. So once you've done that...
Fits in your purse as well. It's like a credit card.
Stop your credit card, keep it in your purse. So once you've done that, you then have to... Oh, hang on, sorry. You have to apply your zip to the outer edge of the side of the actual outer fabric. And with this zip, which side is it? It's this side. The way you do it is you apply the top of the edge to the actual top of the zip, where you've got the plastic bit right at the top of the zip. Okay. It's got to be up to that, because what you're going to do is you're going to cut that bit off there. So when you're putting your zip on, start it.
So it needs to line up with the edges of the fabric.
With the top of the zip, where the little plastic or the metal bits, because sometimes it's metal on a zip or plastic.
Yeah, you can't.
So you've got to put the top to that. So what you do.
And don't leave the zip done up, like we had a message in this morning. Someone made a bag and left the zip done up and then it was all, couldn't turn it out.
Couldn't turn it out. So again, because it's such a big project, I've done so much. And
then we can assemble.
So you put your zip on the actual top of the outer, and then you apply it to the inner of the zip as well. So it's on both sides. The lining's on the one side. Yeah. And the outer fabric's on the other.
So the zip's attached to both?
And yeah. Okay. So, and then what you do is you top stitch down the outer stitch. So you can just see my top stitching. Hopefully the camera can get in there. You just top stitch on the outside and then give it a good pressing. Okay. And then that's as far as you've got there. Then, with your corners, you have to then machine down on the outer,
Yep.
all across, straight across, and on the two sides there to join them up.
Do you do this part?
No.
No.
You leave that because you're going to open it out that bit. You'll see that in a bit. But what you've got to do, I've done it on the side already and I've actually closed that one off. This side, you've got to leave an opening again because
So like
it's
the
a
book
lining.
bag, you've got to leave an opening.
And they leave a 4-inch opening. So if we get the zip, the tape measure, sorry, and you want 4 inches, so it's 9. So if we start from about 2.5, yeah. So if we start from 2.5 in, like you say, I've got this cold COVID, I'm a bit sniffy. Don't feel very well at all.
Oh.
But there we go.
We need to get you a
So
cup
I must
cup of
admit
tea.
though that you gave me on the first half really kept me going.
I gave Janice a throat sweet this morning. I was like, try one of these.
Because I was just coughing, but I'm not coughing. Have you noticed? They're very good, aren't they?
They're meant to be for your, well, they're made specifically for speaking and for, yeah, they are good.
Really good. So I'm going to now machine down from and leaving the 4-inch gap. I'm going to machine down to that corner there, down to that corner there, and then just straight down them sides. So that leaves the square open.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to leave those corners.
So if I do that first, and again, it's 1/4 inch.
You get your thread in your bundle for this as well, so everything there to make
Everything's there, isn't it, to make it. So if we just sew to the pin, do our reverse stitch.
So this is the fruit salad bundle. This one's my favourite this morning. I love it. I love this fabric. I've never seen it before. You can see it just here on the front of our desk. It's got lovely like watermelon and pears and strawberries and all different fruits in that fabric. And it's also paired with a solid. And then you get everything you need to make the tool roll. So you've got your wadding, you've got your thread, your buttons, your ribbon, your zip, your snap fasteners, and you're going to have plenty of that left over as well. You'll still have loads of wadding, buttons, ribbon, thread, snap fasteners for another project just to pop in your stash. IHGC 51, that's the fruit salad bundle. That's the one that Janice is just working on at the moment. It's just a nice playful fabric, isn't it? It's fun.
Fun. It is.
And also as well, you could use this for toiletries or as a makeup roll. You know, it doesn't have to be just for sewing.
So again, just down the sides there.
Okay.
So again, what I've done, down both sides, down there, in the middle.
So we're leaving these sections.
So you've left these sections, right? So what you do first of all, you open. Now, the corners you have to open out. So grab them in the middle and pull.
Okay.
And then what you're doing, you're now going to
There's a
open that
box.
seam.
Yeah.
So you're boxing it. So if we just open it, you can finger press this bit. That's it. And then the other side. I always say that's it, and I've got to get out the habit because I say
You sometimes say
when I watch myself that,
yeah, and you think,
it's
I do that. Everybody
why do I
does
keep
it.
saying that? So we open the other side out. Stick a pin in to make sure the seams match. Always try and do that. Just try and make the seams match in the middle to make sure you've got them nice.
Does it matter if you box the lining first and then the outer, or it doesn't really matter which way around you do it?
No, whatever way. It's just you've got to box the 4 corners. So I did 2 of them. So I've just left the 2 to do.
What's lovely about that is you get a really lovely 3D shape with this here. I don't know if you can just see in this roll, but this is what we're creating at the moment. So you've got that box effect on the sort of this main body of the roll itself. So not only is that giving you the roll shape in the central section, but it just gives you lots of room for storing things. You know, we've stuffed that with plastic, but you know you can fit loads of things in there, whether that's pens or scissors or threads or anything, and with that ribbon tie as well. If you can just see here. Just really lovely, nice boxy shape that Janice is just doing on those corners.
And if you do it as a present, don't stuff that with stuffing because the zip will get caught in it.
Oh. Do you know what I was going to say? It's like a little mini purse. My mum always says you can never give a purse without putting money, like even if it's 50p, you have to put something in there.
Always put a penny in.
It's bad luck, isn't it, to give a purse without anything in? Can you give a sewing tool roll without like a needle or a spool in there? Is that the tradition? I don't know.
We ought to, shouldn't we?
We'll start one. You can't give a sewing gift without a bobbin.
True. So again, just the other side, which we're finishing, just to make sure it lines up with the seam, because you don't want it out on the side. Oops. That's it.
And if it's your first purchase as well with us, and say this bundle, the first time you spend over £10, we send you a sewing quarter sewing kit like this. So this is like a little travel kit you can take on the go. It's got threads and sort of a seam unripper and scissors and safety pins and a tape measure. All of that in there is worth £14.95, and we send that to you on your first purchase over £10. So thousands and thousands of these, lots of people with these now.
They're well worth it.
I like the idea of people going to a class and both being like, oh, I've got a sewing quarter sewing kit, so have I, got one in my bag. So yeah, if you're buying one of these bundles this morning and it's the first thing you've ever bought, you'll also get one of those sewing quarter kits too.
So what you have to do then is, with your plastic on the top of the zip, once you've put it on, you sew that together to keep it together while you're manoeuvring it, and then you literally cut the top of that off.
Okay.
Okay. And then we're going to do exactly the same with the with the two corners with the zip. You've done the boxing in there. You do exactly the same with the zip.
So it's all for all of the corners of the box, aren't they? It's not just the base.
No. So here. This is the fiddly bit.
Okay.
So that centre seam goes to the centre of the zip, which you've just closed up there. Then this side opens. Can you see what I'm doing
So you're
there?
lining that up with the next
so I'm going to do that again for the viewer. Right. So that's your top zip of the zip, right? So what you do, you're left at the moment with an open like that and an open like that now, which is the middle. So what you're doing, you're boxing that, so you're literally pulling this one open, first one open, and you're matching that middle seam to that centre of that zip there. Okay. And then you're doing exactly the same with the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, like I said, this is the fiddly bit.
So you're going to end up with 3 layers really. You've got that central section where the zip
and the zip is,
and then you've got the top and bottom that you're pulling in via using the seam.
That's
as
it.
a guide.
And then I'm saying that's it again. And then I'm paranoid about it.
Don't think about it too much or you'll just drive yourself mad. That's it.
So then you pull the lining out and we pin it quick.
Before it moves.
Before it moves. So hopefully...
Actually, do you know what, as a technique, this is really lovely if you just wanted to make a pencil case for, for going back to school in September or as a little makeup bag. You could make that in isolation.
That's so quick to make,
that's
once you've done one, they're quite quick to make. Once you get over this fiddly bit, they're quite quick to make.
And if it was for makeup, you could eau de coat it as well, so it's waterproof.
Yeah.
So the book itself, this is what we're working with this morning. This is from Debbie Shaw. Loads of people buying this morning because it's really cheap. It's you've got 15 different projects in here for your sewing room accessories. But you can use some of these storage solutions just as general sort of caddies around the house or as storage options. £6.95, but 15 projects in there. The one on the front cover is what we're making this morning. That tool roll. But you've got. We've made loads of the projects from this actually, but the pin cushion, the storage caddy that we've got on our desk here, the chair storage. That's lovely. We've got the seam press, an ironing station, so you can just pop that on your ironing board. This is lovely as well, sewing machine cover. I always think sometimes the covers that come with machines are quite. If you're a sewist,
yeah.
Why would you not have something that you've made to cover your sewing machine with? But loads of different things in here, lots of different projects, all spoken through in really sort of clear terms, step-by-step instructions, listing your tools and materials. I think we've had that fabric on the show. I recognise that one. You can just see their sewing book cover. So as well, these don't have to be used for sewing. You could use some of these projects for just for general life or as gifts. A carry case, again, you could use that for. I think Jennifer Taylor said for hair rollers if you wanted to. Whatever you wanted to use it for. But 15 projects, $6.95, so really good value. MTSP 62. Lovely.
So I've actually now just pinned it, and we're just now going to machine now. Okay. I didn't want to move on until.
No, we don't want to miss it.
Don't want to miss. So again, needling, and then just follow that guide there. I always try and follow the guides on the machine, because then you know it's straight, especially with top stitching and edge stitching, and
keep it nice and neat.
Keep it neat. So we've got that there done. And then we do exactly the same, open it out with the other side. But what we've got to do now is close that zip in halfway up.
Can we leave that extra zip here? It doesn't matter.
No, that will be cut off.
Oh, right, you're going to cut that one off.
So, again, what we're going to do is, this side's easier, believe it or not, because all I'm going to do...
Oh, you can use the zip to match to.
Open it out to the zip. Machine down the zip.
Do you want a pin?
And then we cut it off, the zip. So it doesn't matter if you've got in your stash the wrong length zip. Don't worry about it, because you're just going to cut it anyway. So these cases are only so long.
I always thought you couldn't cut the end of a zip because you need that plastic, the end, but you don't, because it's sewn into place.
It's sewn.
That's going to the zip's only going to go as far as it can go. Yeah. It's not going to stop. No. It's not going to keep going. So
then just machine that.
Again, just following that seam.
Following the seam. Down. I haven't used my seam ripper much today, because I normally
Janice is renowned for feeding everything through the sewing machine with her seam ripper. That and this, your seam writer, too. Yeah. And now the Prim Mini Iron. You add that to your...
Oh, that Prim Mini Iron's good. I like that. Oh, hang on. I'm having trouble getting through that pin, I think. Oops. That's it. If you're really worried about going through your zip, walk it. Walk.
Oh, so you've not used a zip foot, you're just going to use it?
Just walk it. Do you know what I mean?
Walk the machine. Manually take it through.
So if you're worried about your needle or things. So again, that's now flat out. That's just, I think, gone on the back. So I'm just going to do another quick machine stitch down there, because I'm not happy with that. It could come open a bit on the back.
While you just do that, I'm just going to look at the other fabric options for this, and then we'll be back in a second.
Yeah, no,
don't do any more. Just pause. Okay. So as I said, we've got 3 different fabric options this morning for that sewing tool roll. So we've got the fruity option, but we'll start with this chickens. So this is chickens on blue. You can see here, and we've got the least stock of this one, so if you do like this one, then you'll need to be quick. It's a lovely duck egg blue with that chicken detail on it there. Chickens are popular today. That and our chicks and eggs. And then we've got the blue there. It's because it's Saturday morning, everyone's having brunch or breakfast and eggs on toast. So then everything in all of these kits, you've got your ribbon, you've got your snap fasteners, you've got your buttons, you've got the zip, you've got a thread, and you've also got a lot of wadding, a metre of wadding. So you've got plenty, all of those things, you're going to have stuff left over, as Janice just said, to add to your stash and to pop in your cupboard. ZNGC02, and it's $22.45 for the chicken option. I feel like I should do a chicken dance. I'm not going to do a chicken dance. No, I can't do a chicken. I can't do a chicken just yet. If we sell some more chickens, I'll do a chicken dance. Then we had my favourite option, which is the fruit from Erin McMorris. So this is with that really bright, playful fabric that Janice is working with at the moment. 1/2 metre of that and 1/2 metre of your solid blue. So it's just got some really lovely sort of oranges and yellows and pinks and turquoises. A really nice bright one that I've not seen before on the show. And again, everything in that bundle that you need to make the roll. IHGC 51, 23.45. And the most popular one, probably because it's a sewing tool roll, is the Sewing Notions fabric. So this one has got lots of, it's threads on gold, but it's got no spools on the fabric itself. I'll open this out so you can see. So you get 1/2 metre of each fabric, 1/2 metre of this one. But you can just see that lovely detail, and they are playful threads, very playful spools. They've got, you know, sort of a cartoonish look to them. But in, you know, golds and navies and greens and magentas. And what's lovely about that is you can pick out the detail if perhaps you want to add different buttons or ribbons. You could do that using any of those colours in the spools. So you get 1/2 metre of that, and then we've paired that with a nice bright green. This is the most popular one this morning. Janice has also made this one. You can just see that here. Picking out that green. Let me just show you those together. So you can just see that solid fabric again, you know, just a nice rich uniform solid, that one colour all the way through. But it works really well with the gold. And you can see with the thread there as well, just as a colourway. And then your wooden buttons, again, your ribbon, your snap fasteners, your thread and your wadding, everything there. CDGC 93, and that one's at 22.45. That's the most popular one at the moment, so please do check out your baskets if you like that one, if that's the roll that you want to, if that's how you roll, if that's the one you want to make. Send us in your pictures as well once you've made them. I'd love to see them. Have you got any questions for Janice? You can go to the, if you go to the website and go to the watch page, just under the live feed of today's show, where you'll see me saying that I might do a chicken dance, just under there you'll see the message the studio box, and you can just, they want me to do a chicken dance over there. You could drop us a message there and just say whatever you like. They're all laughing at me upstairs. Now I've got to do a chicken across back to Janice. Here I'm coming. Come on, Janice, want to do a chicken? Come on.
She lied.
So,
can't take you anywhere.
No, sorry, can't take me anywhere. We're back to our roll. We've got to the part where we're cutting the zip. Serious, let's get serious.
So now, all I'm going to do, I won't use them scissors, I'll use these. We just trim off the zip.
Okay.
And then we're going to turn it right side out.
So
now,
through that 4-inch gap that you left in the bottom.
Yeah. That's it.
You could do this either way as well. Like you said, if you wanted to have the lining fabric as the main body, you could.
And actually little pouchy. And again, you can press, always press.
Doesn't the blue go really well with the fruit?
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's been picked out perfectly.
So that's your actual pouch at the moment.
And absolutely, as I said, you could just use that on its own. You know, you could make an extra one of those and just have it as a matching, pencil case or extra tool holder.
So what we have to do then is we have to sew up with a quick slip stitch our hole where we've turned.
In the bottom.
In the bottom. Okay, so if I just do that quickly, because what you're going to do afterwards is machine the middle to that.
Oh, okay.
So this has got to be done.
So we've got to attach this so we can attach it.
Yeah.
I'll show you the other.
Let's
just show you. We can show the slip stitch first,
so
but then I'll just show you the other elements.
Slip stitch. I'm just going to do it quickly. Put my knot in there. So there. So just make sure you just take the one knot in. So just do a slip stitch because it's going to be machined over anyway. This is.
Okay. So it's just about closing that gap.
It's just closing the gap, but not catching in the back as you're doing it. So again, because you've got a good guide where, where you folded it anyway, so you should just be able to do this pretty quick.
We might be able to get the tutorial for the slip stitch in that next break. I don't know if we can, we'll get that. So we have a tutorial on how to do a slip stitch if you're not sure, and we can talk you through that at 11. So in on one side and just do it quick. All these different stitches that you have to do. Blanket stitch is a nice stitch. A blanket stitch? Nice stitches. Do you do a lot of hand sewing, or do you tend to do a lot? Is it everything really tends to be on the machine? Do you do a lot of dressmaking? I do hand. I do hand with sewing. With dressmaking. Yeah.
So, and especially like with hems, and even though machines have blind hem foots and that, I always do hems by hand.
Just out of habit. But the thing is as well, it's more controllable in that you know what the end result's going to be. You know, it's even if it takes longer.
It takes, yeah.
You know exactly how the finish is going to be and what it's going to look like.
That's it. It's true. So that's done.
Just don't leave your pins in your bridesmaids' dresses and let them go rusty. That's not ideal.
No, not at all. Okay, so we've done that. So that's now closed up. So then what you have to do with this is we've got to attach it now to
the base.
The base.
Okay.
And where this is placed is right in the middle. So now, if we want to just get the iron, little iron out, I just want to make sure that we get a bit of a good crease where we can put it.
We've got lots of things. Lots of things.
And it gives me a chance to use
this isn't plugged in, so you might need to just wait a second. Heat it up pretty quick, so...
So, because then what you're going to do is place the pouch on that centre line there.
So that where you've just done that slip stitch in the middle of the base is exactly where you're going to line it up on the fold.
We're going to line that up on the fold.
Yeah.
And then you go... Well, I stitched it all the way around, like that, all the way around the middle. It says do it as square.
I think here, where this has been attached all the way, for security as well.
Yeah.
Because if it's just in the middle and you put anything heavy in there, it might pull. Whereas I don't know if you can just see on this one, but it's been... I keep getting my bracelet attached. You can see the... you can just see here where Janice has attached it. It's nice and solid and secure. Okay. Did you want to press that?
Yeah. That's lovely. So if we just... It just gives us that mark for the middle. That's it. And that's my mark.
Okay.
So we're just going to place that there, right in the middle. Now this is fiddly as well because you're going to take your machine. You're going to take your machine. Now I'm going to just do it more or less here. There is all the measurements again from the top and the bottom in the book. But if I just have that off you. Where this is now going to be fiddly again is you've got to get your machine into it. You with me?
Yeah.
And what I actually did, you see the centre seam here? Sorry. There's the centre seam there. I do my stitching from there on that cross.
Yes, and leaving the end free to move.
And I actually line that up and only sew to that seam. With me, leaving all that open at the top. So if I put the pin in there, you can see that, and then I'm going to machine round there, and then the same with the other side. So we turn it round. You've got the other seam there, and I'm going to place that there on the actual fold line.
Because if not, you would lose the height of the bag itself. If you started to stitch the, the side panel.
It's the side
onto
panel.
then you lose the...
Yeah. You've got to leave it
Then
free.
actually the body of the bag that you've taken the time to create from boxing it, you would suddenly lose because you've stitched it down. So you need to just keep that height so you can fill it with stuff.
Yeah. And then I'll just put a little pin in right towards the middle seam, or even put the pin in the seam so that you can go round then down the two sides of either side of that middle where you've stitched. You can just do a line down both sides, and then that will hold it firmly in place then.
You want this to be nice and sturdy and secure as well, because it's the main central part of the bag. It's what gives it the shape, really. It gives it that roll.
It does give it the shape.
And also what's lovely about it, because you've done those boxed in corners, when you do roll it, you can see the fabric at the side. I don't know if you can just see that there. Because you've created that height. Again, so that's another reason for not sewing it down. But you just get that fabric peeping through at the end, on the ends too. Not just sort of on the top. How much? We've got stock running on the book. How much of the book? Half the stock of the book's gone. So that Debbie Shaw book that we're working with this morning, all of your instructions in there. So this part that Janice is talking you, it's on the front cover. The one we're doing. We're doing this. You're the cover girl today, Janice.
The cover girl.
Let's find the tool roll. It's some really thorough instructions and pictures. I'll just show you here. But this whole process is sort of documented, and it's a really comprehensive guide holding your hand all the way through that. You can see there, again, to start with your materials and your tools. And then all of the instructions there. And also these pockets are sort of customisable depending on if you wanted to, you know, to make them smaller. Perhaps you want them to fit your scissors or a certain pen or something that you know you're always taking with you, or you can leave it as one big pocket. You can customise that however you choose to. But really thorough instructions. You can see 24 steps to that process. So all of the elements are covered, and it creates that tool roll on the front. MTSP62, that's $6.95, and there's 15 projects in there, not just the tool roll, there's loads of others that we've done, a lot of them we've done on the show, so they are really great projects that lots of our designers have chosen to do, so I think that sort of speaks for itself, really.
It does. I'm going to explain exactly what I've done on the other side, because I've just done down the one side at the moment.
So that central seam in the bottom of the bag where you did the slip stitch, you're stitching either side of that to secure it.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
We're
We're attached to a pinky.
I just want to explain on the machine where we actually... So what I actually do myself is, again, I use the end of the foot and put the end of the foot. And also, what you have to do, you have to go in sometimes from the sides to get in under the foot as well.
Because you've got the wadding as well, haven't you, sis?
So what I do is I use, on the actual seam, I place the foot end there on that middle seam as well.
Ah, right.
So then you get the actual exact, if you look at the top, the stitching there, not the top stitching, but it's exactly more or less, again, a quarter of an inch. So, and I'll start from the top.
And then you're going to keep that foot, the left side of the foot, in line with that central seam.
In line with that.
So that's what you use as your guide, rather
and that's
than
what I use as my guide.
That makes total sense.
Okay, so that's what I do. So again, do the stitch forward and back. So that foot, if you look, I can take
it's butted right up against.
And it's it's dead up against that seam. And the other thing about it as well is, if you go off a bit, don't worry, because underneath is your body.
Oh, so it's nice and soft. And...
So it doesn't really show.
We've had a message from Helen in Cambridge here. Morning, Helen. Hello, I personally would put Velcro on the bottom of the pencil case. Loving the show. That's a great idea, because then you can take it off. So, like I said, or you could make an extra pencil case just to have. But then if it's Velcroed, I love that idea. If it's Velcroed on, you could just take. Or if you know that you keep, you know, if you just keep certain bits and pieces and you only want to take that, you can just take that on the go. That's a fab idea. Yeah. Thanks, Helen. Loving the inspiration. That's brilliant.
That's right.
That's a great idea.
And then we just take it off. So again, on the back, you've got your two lines going
either side.
Either side.
So now we're attached on the bottom.
So that now, and what you do, you take your ribbon, but if you look on the actual case there, you then...
You're attaching your ribbon to your zip.
And you just attach it to the zip, and that's done.
So you just tie that through?
Yeah. So I won't do that, though, because I'll just carry on with the... other pocket on the other pocket.
Okay. How are we doing for time? We've got about 10-ish, 15 minutes.
Nice. Just show them this.
About 10 minutes.
Out then afterwards. So that's your one.
The main pencil case in the middle.
Then the next one is the embroidery pouch, and this is on the left. So what you do with this one...
So that's this one?
That's this one.
So it's this curved pocket here.
So if you look on this one, you've got like a dart in the pocket. That lifts up, so it's quite
deep.
High up.
You get a nice deep pocket.
So the way you do that is we get our seams right, and on the two, we're just going to do an inch square. So the nice thing about this, you can literally just line it up like that. If you look, you can just get a shot in on that, and you can just go with your marker pen And you just do this on the two sides. So that's your one.
We've sold out of seams right this morning, but hopefully we'll get those back in stock.
And then that's your other.
But we do have, thanks to Helen's suggestion, we have got Velcro. So if you do want to Velcro your pencil case on, there's some Velcro there that we have here at Sewing Quarter. That's the white Velcro, so that would work perfectly actually with this fruit salad fabric from the Sugar collection from Erin McMorris. But you get 8 pieces of Velcro in there, $3.95. SPGQ82. Thanks to Helen for the fantastic suggestion.
Velcro.
8 pieces of 24mm Velcro.
It's a great thing as well, Velcro, isn't it? So, and then you just do that on the 2 pouches, only on the bottom though, not the top.
Okay, so you're only going to mark, you're not going to do that on both sides. So that was my next question.
What you do there. Oh, I don't know what I've done there. So then we just cut the 1-inch squares out. And what we're going to be doing here is creating like a dart. And then on that side, you can, for quickness as well, I was going to try and do it. You can do it together, can't you, really?
Yeah.
Just doing
so actually that's replicating, because it's the dart shape again, is replicating what we did with the pencil case. It's creating
that's why I was doing it on the one. I thought, well, I'll just leave it to the one to show. So that's what you're doing there. And again, we're just going to machine it down. So we're just going to machine it down.
Do you leave a turning out again on the bottom?
Just leave the turning out on the bottom. That's it. So, okay. But you also leave an opening at the top again for the...
Because the actual pocket itself is open, isn't it? It's not a closed pocket.
It's round. Leave a gap here. Just go round. Down to there, exactly what we did on there.
Yeah.
But leave that open.
Do we not leave this completely open?
No.
No.
No, because this is a.
Oh, because it's sealed up. Yeah, of course. Sorry.
Up.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It's just one. It's not two.
2 pieces.
That's it. So we just leave a gap. And because of the time, I'll just go round and do it as one. And hopefully, I've done it the right side. No, I will have done it. That's it.
I tell you what, you have to be really. I've learned you do have to be patient. I think to sew, you can't be. I have to say, I'm very much about someone that does things in a hurry, and I think you have to learn to slow down a bit and just take. Otherwise, you end up creating more work for yourself because you just, you whiz through and you think you're getting ahead, but actually you just do it wrong. So you're better to just, just
get it right in the beginning. Then.
Yeah. And the whole point is that it is mindful. It's about taking some time out, and it isn't a rush. Just to take time to slow down.
It's like with my other job doing accounts. It's got to be the same.
Because you end up you do it twice.
Yeah. And you find as well that people who sew as well, they do jigsaws.
Because of the patience.
Because you put jigsaws together, and that's what you're doing with fabric.
Because it is all about piecing, isn't it? And having
it piecing.
Yeah.
And that's what you do.
Particularly, I think, with quilting, you can see definitely a similarity to a jigsaw in that, you only start with a really small section, you start to build it out, you might only have a small part of your overall picture.
Yes.
And then, you start to build that picture until you end up with one big quilt.
That's it, one big quilt. I'd love to be able to do a quilt. I've never done a quilt.
Have you not done a quilt?
No.
You should start with a quilt as you go, Janice.
I did. I used to make the baby quilts out of baby's clothing. The memory quilts from the shop, and I did them. So now normally you'd press these seams open and do all that. So I'll just open it out now. So what you're going to do, you're creating the dart, and again.
So again, just pulling that for the box.
That's it. Just opening it out.
You can just see here, this is the pocket we're creating at the moment, but what it gives you by doing that box corner is you just have a bit more height and depth to the pocket. So rather than it being flat and difficult to put anything in, you get there, you can just see this is that sort of dart on the corner. Producer Paul is absolutely gutted because he's shrunk, and he can't stop telling us that he's lost an inch in. Is it half an inch? Oh no, it's half an inch. I better not get it wrong. He's shrunk by half an inch, and it's causing him some upset.
Grief.
Yeah, it is. He's really upset, so I can't talk about height without him saying, I'm getting smaller.
I'm getting smaller.
You have to do the chicken, producer Paul, and then you get taller.
Well, I'm dreading it if I shrink. I'm not that tall to begin with.
How tall are you?
5'1".
5'1".
But my little nan was 4'6".
Really?
Yeah.
Oh God! Wow.
And my big nan was 5 foot.
Big nan was 5 foot. So you're the tallest.
Yeah. We're all small in our family. Right. So again, you have to press this.
If you're on with
Turn it
Natasha,
round.
because Natasha's much
She
taller
does.
than me,
She
so
does.
you'd be like.
She's so tall compared to her. Okay. And then what we're going to do, we have to sew up the hole, and then we have to top stitch, and then lay it next to that.
Okay.
So let's tuck that thread in. Outline these on. That's our little pockets.
That's why I got confused, because I was thinking we were making it like another bag, but it's not. It's a pocket that that lays over.
That lays over.
And then you put the snap fastener on this as well. I think that's a really nice added detail.
Yeah.
Just with that ribbon on there, you can just click that into place.
So you just top stitch, edge stitch it down. So we just press that as well. It's a nice little pocket, isn't it?
Yeah. Again, it's just injecting that fabric that matches on the other side.
Can you pass me my seam ripper?
Where's it gone?
Yeah.
We've got about 4 minutes.
Right, so if I just show you quickly. So what you do, you edge stitch the top, and then you attach that there, like so.
Onto the body.
Then you do your snap fastener. So you actually sew your snap fastener, and then do your bow, attach it.
Oh, it's a snap on top and bottom?
Yeah, so it's a snap fastener both sides.
Okay.
So you do that. Then on the next bit, you've got this pocket, which I've already done.
And that's obviously bigger
this
because you're going to
one,
ruche it to create different pocket sizes.
So this one, you actually sew down. You put your tools in that you want to put in.
So say like this,
So say
like a rotary cutter.
You're on with that iron.
That's all right, I'll move it.
Thank you. So if it's a 1/4 of an inch, you go in from there. Then if you put, say, your rotary cutter in, and then you can pin it and then machine it.
Yeah.
So it's all according to what you want to put
So what you want to put in, so like we had some other bits and pieces.
Pencil. And then what you do with this is the pocket flap that goes over. So this is 3 inches up from this bottom pocket, and then that protects
the top of whatever it is.
The top, because if it's scissors, you could cut your hand on that.
But also it's going to stop it from falling out, isn't it?
And it stops it from falling out as well. And that's how you do it. So it's...
And if you had a tool, that's a harder sentence to say. If you had a tool, you could move this up a bit, couldn't you? So it's going to protect the top of the of whatever it is that you've got stored in there. So it just depends what you're going to put in.
It's all according to what you're going to put.
Roll.
But what you do, you just top stitch round, edge stitch round that, and top stitch, and then of course you're going to top stitch that when you're sewing it on.
Yeah.
So you don't need to do that there. That also looks bigger than what that is, which it is.
Because
you're going to be folding this in with your tools. So that will end up the same size.
So it's going to end up like this.
Yeah,
you can just see
it'll end up the same size. So at the moment it does look big.
It's almost like pleats, aren't they? You can just see.
Yeah.
You can just see there where they're folded. You have a little bit more, a bit more space to pop things in. So that's why that bottom one is slightly longer, but it ends up being the same width anyway. So then once you've done that,
and then once you've done that, you get it all in.
That would all be in place. Let's imagine those are done.
Then you put your top to your bottom, matches, and you machine round, and again you leave. This time it's about 8 inches open to turn it.
Because you've got quite bulky.
Because of that bolt there, it can't be any smaller.
No.
Than the
ends. Then it needs to be a little bit bigger.
It needs to be bigger. There, about there. So if you do that on the bottom or the side, just to try and...
There's not really a bottom actually. Oh no, there is, because the pocket's the other way around.
If you do it down the side, it might not show up so much. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, have a play.
Where did I do it on here? Oh, I know what it did. It did it on the side, and as I top stitch around the edge, because you top stitch around the edge of it, that's when it closed up the gap.
Oh,
so you didn't need to slip stitch it first before you just pin it and you top stitch it, and then I had to keep pressing and pressing and pressing this to try and because with the wadding underneath, it's hard to get the roll
nice and
to get it
crisp.
nice and finished and crisp.
And
So-
then you also include your ribbon.
Yeah,
as
the ribbon
before you top
before
stitch.
you top stitch. You just cut your ribbon out, and what I did on here was to stop the edge fraying. But again, anybody can do what they like.
You can
see.
customise it. You
can
might
do
have ribbon in your stash,
yeah,
or
you know, so you can do exactly what you like. And then we put the bows on.
or even binding if you wanted to do it.
Or binding.
Yeah.
And the button to make it pretty, really.
Just a bit.
So it
bit
just
of
finishes
something.
it off, doesn't it? And then you do that. So again, you have to, with your tools, with your weight, that's when you do this, because my tools are different to anybody
Yeah.
else's. So when you roll it up like that first, that's when you mark it ready for this button.
Because if you've got less inside, it's going to be smaller.
It's going to be smaller. Yeah,
That
and
makes-
then you just tie it up, and that's it.
Done. Thank you so much, Janice. Lovely jubbly. Look at this nice sewing tool roll. So that's on the Debbie Shaw, but thank you so much. I hope you feel better.
I know, I hope to.
Yeah, you
I'll
need
do
to,
as
some
well.
honey and lemon.
I know,
Maybe
honey
that's
and
the
lemon.
order. That's the order of the
I'm gonna go
afternoon.
and get a
And a
bit.
snuggly afternoon.
A snuggly afternoon,
Doing
doing
not very
nothing.
much.
That's
Well, thank
it.
you so much. Hope we'll see you soon.
Okay.
We'll look at those other
See
fabrics.
you soon.
So let's look at
Okay.
those other fabric options that we had for that bundle this morning. The most popular is the gold, which you've just seen in that sewing roll. It's the fabric with that sort of haberdashery spool detail on it. So it's paired with a green solid. I'll show you the threads fabric itself. So this is to be used, well, it's reversible, so you could do it either way. But we use this for the main outer of the bag, and then all of those internal pockets, and also that central sort of pencil case part, which is a fab idea to Velcro that on there. I think that's brilliant. And then paired with the green solid. You can just see that there. And then also, again, everything you need to make it. So you've honestly got so many things in here. You've got your ribbon. How much ribbon is on here? 1.5 meters. So you're never going to use all that. You'd have plenty left over. Handmade with love. Then your thread. You've got this pack of wooden buttons, snap fasteners, zip, the handmade with love ribbon, everything there you need, and your wadding, a massive bag of wadding that you certainly wouldn't use all of that. Then next up is the chickens, the chicken dance. So you can see here you've got the blue chickens. You can see that on that lovely sort of duck egg blue with the detail on the head of the chicken and then that white outline. And that there has been paired with a solid blue. And we're limited on stock on this one. We've got a pale blue thread with that. Again, your buttons, your snap fasteners, your zip, loads of wadding and your ribbon, ZNGC02. And the last option is the one, this is my favourite, the Erin McMorris, and the really lovely from the Sugar collection. It's like a fruit salad. So a really playful print with different pears and strawberries and watermelon. Nice and bright and cheerful, paired with that solid bright aqua there. Again, your white zip, your ribbon, your buttons, and your thread and wadding. IHGC 51, 2345. So 3 different options this morning for that tool roll, just depending on what fabric you like, what design you like. Some nice bold choices with your sewing, your chickens, or your fruit salad. So just after this break, we're going to show you that slip stitch in the break, and we've got loads of fabric. We've got the flamingos back in stock, so don't go anywhere. I'll see you in 3 minutes, and I look forward to sharing them with you.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts.
So I'm going to be showing you how to do a slip stitch, which is basically a hemming stitch that is almost invisible on both the right and the wrong sides of the fabric. So I'm going to go in through my layers here, through the single hem. I'm going to leave a tail before doing my double stitch here. So I'm just going to go through 1, twice there. That's giving me my double stitch or locking stitch, ready to then do my slip stitch. Okay, so first of all, you need to take the smallest amount of fabric. So you want at least 1 or 2 pieces of thread in the fabric before then going into the fold of your single hem. And you're going to run your needle through that fold before pulling it out. And then again, a couple of stitches. Bearing in mind I'm using a really big needle here because I'm using an embroidery thread, but you get the idea where you're just catching your material there before again placing your needle in through the fold of your single hem. So you want to keep these as even as possible. So I'm just doing my last stitch now. So here you can see that you can't really see the stitches from the back of the piece, so this would be the back of the trouser leg, the bit that you wouldn't see, and then from the front you should only see very small stitches, if not at all, if you're using the right needle and thread.
Join us at the quilting event of the year this summer. From the 10th to the 13th of August, we'll be at the Festival of Quilts at Birmingham NEC. Come to the Sewing Quarter Cafe, where you can meet our presenters and enjoy a spot of English paper piecing with special guests, including talented quilter Joe Carter. And on Sunday the 13th of August, join me, John Scott, and designer Mandy Shaw at the Sewing Quarter Workshop. Learn how to make Mandy's redwork Christmas decorations and take home a free iron-on pattern transfer to help you get started. If you fancy being part of the fun, head to www.thefestivalofquilts.co.uk and use the voucher code SEWQ17 for £2.50 off adult tickets and £1 off concessions. We hope to see you there.
Welcome back. I hope you're having a fab morning today and enjoying what Janice has just been making, that sewing tool roll. Now this hour is really wild fabric, so we're covering all different animal options. We've got zebras, we've got flamingos back, we've also got dogs and cats, not quite as wild but still in that animal realm. So the flamingo fabric, if you saw it when we had it on the show before, it sold out as soon as we had it on, and we've just managed to get it back in stock, and it's absolutely gorgeous. I didn't know if we were going to get it back or not. I've had my eye on this makeup bag that's been on the shelf in our studio. Everyone comments on it, but I've had my eye on it more. I'm going to pretend that I've got dibs on this. So it's really lovely, this gorgeous flamingo fabric. It's sort of a thicker, sort of has a canvas weight to it, so it's got a lot more body, it's got more weight. It's perfect for soft furnishings and also for bag making because it's got that durability. So you can just see here how we've used it for this toiletry bag. But flamingos are really on trend at the moment. You'll notice them in lots of shops, in cushions, in bags, as I say, in soft furnishings. A really gorgeous print. Let me show you the fabric itself. Now, this definitely does lend itself to soft furnishings because it's 150 centimetres wide, so it's a wider fabric compared to, perhaps your regular cottons. It is 100% cotton, but as I say, it's got a thicker weight to it. It's got more of sort of a canvas weight, giving it a bit more body. This is honestly, well, producer Paul's saying this is the best fabric we've ever had. It's his, it's a favourite. We love it. I absolutely, that's a statement from him. But it's a really gorgeous canvas weight. It's thicker. It's lovely, sort of a lovely feel to it. But also the print itself is just absolutely gorgeous. I mean, imagine curtains in these or cushions. Really adding some interest to a room. Even if you could do, maybe blinds for the bathroom or, with matching toiletry bags or a bath cushion. Such a gorgeous fabric. There's so much detail. You can just see here, the colour palette is just stunning with these sort of pinks and bright corals and oranges. You've got some more purples coming through, magenta pinks, and then all on that sort of bold aqua background. A gorgeous fabric, BPJQ10. It's a heavy cotton, and we're selling that by the half metre, so it's £6.45 per half metre. We cut it off the bolt for you, so you can have as much or as little as you want. So perhaps if you wanted 3 metres, then that would be 6 units of fabric. If you wanted a metre, that's 2 units of fabric. This literally sold out in minutes last time. We've managed to get it back. We absolutely love this here at Sewing Quarter. I love it. I've got my eye on the makeup bag made out of the fabric. It's certainly something that I would use and that I would have. We have this on the set here. You might have noticed it on our shelves before. Lots of the designers asking to do projects in this fabric, so it's gorgeous, really, really lovely. BPJQ10, and that's £6.45. If you got this last time, send me a picture of what you made out of it. I'd love to know what you made. Studio@sewingquarter.com. Please let's see some flamingo projects. So, we've got a fabric bundle that we've put together this morning that matches. Wow, I can hear the rain in here. It must have just started raining. It sounds really loud. We've got a fabric bundle that's paired with this flamingo fabric. So this is 5 different solids, and that colour-wise work really beautifully with that flamingo print. So you've got aqua here, you can just see. You've got candy floss pink, magenta, bright orange, which is obviously this top one, and your antique white. So you have half a metre of all of these, half a metre of your white, your aqua, candy floss, magenta, and your orange. And let me show you that with the actual flamingo fabric. You can just see, look at that for a colour match. Absolutely spot on. You can just see, picking out those pinks, picking out that aqua, and also those orange highlights in the head of the flamingo themselves, and in the feathers as well. As always with solids, perfect to add to your stash, perhaps for the lining, for backing, for binding. But you could do a beautiful bag, much like this one here. This has been lined with a pink. So it's really lovely to team with it. If you wanted to do, a bag, then you could do the handles, or you could do the lining, or you could do sort of a pocket that peeps through with one of these colours. But £15.95, you're getting 2.5 metres of fabric there, half a metre of those 5 different solids. DEGC18 is your code for that. Now, something else we've had to reorder, because we've got lots of popular fabrics here at Sewing Quarter at the moment, and it's our zebras. We've managed to get them back in stock. So I'm going to start, again, you can see this is a make that we've done. You know that a fabric is particularly popular when we've got makes made out of them, because the designers are loving these fabrics. This one here is your zebra, and this is the blue version, but we've got it in 3 different colourways this morning. Let's start with the blue. Now, £3.55 per half metre. This is great value fabric, and so we are limited in stock on this one. You can see this is the zebra here on blue. This was the most popular last time. This is the one with the least amount of stock now as well, £3.55 per half metre. Again, cut off the bolt for you, so you can have as much or as little as you want of that. When you just see it sort of being introduced into a project, I think this is quite a nice masculine fabric, actually. Again, the width is 150 centimetres, so you're getting more fabric. It's a wider fabric as opposed to those 112s. WNJQ91. We were saying this morning we should get John Scott a shirt made out of this zebra fabric. Awesome pyjamas for producer Paul. He likes the dogs for pyjamas. I'll show you the dog fabric in a moment. So that's your zebras on blue. We have this in 3 colour options this morning. So next up is this lovely sort of golden yellow. Again, if you want to do reversible, these colours would work really well together. You can just see here in that sort of gold, again with the traditional zebra print, you've got that lovely monochrome black and white. Again, only £3.55 per half metre. This is why the hour is really wild. We've got some wild animals this morning. And the weather's turned wild by the sound of it. The rain outside's gone crazy. And then we've also got the option for this this is sort of a khaki green. Actually, we don't see a lot of khakis on the show. I wear a lot of khaki, and I think it's, as a colour particularly, I hate to say it, but perhaps coming into autumn, with those sort of autumnal colours. But I really do like it as a shade of green with your khakis there. And also with the gold and the green, and maybe more of your sort of traditional safari colours. But this one here, £3.55 per half metre, HYJQ35 for the green zebras there. And that, again, is 100% cotton. Now, I've just kind of grabbed the box here. If you buy fabric cut to measure from Sewing Quarter, as I said, you can have as much or as little as you want because we have it, it's cut off the bolt, you know, specifically for you and for your order. And we send this to you in a Sewing Quarter box. So you can just see here, and we get loads of sort of compliments and emails about our packaging. It arrives to you like this, and inside it's all wrapped beautifully in tissue paper with a lovely little sticker there, keeping everything in place. So it's like a little gift from us to you. So if you're buying the zebra fabric this morning or those flamingos, you can expect a nice delivery in a box like that. So 3 different options in your zebras, the blue, the yellow and the green, sort of a khaki, a gold and a nice sort of kingfisher blue there with that zebra you can see in the toiletry bag. All of those are £3.55 per half metre. You can mix and match them, you can put them together, or you can team them with some solids. Now, we've got some fabric bundle options this morning in cat fabric. So I actually launched this on the show, I think it was last week. I think that it was a premiere on the show last week. Yes, it was. So we've got 2 different, this morning, we've bundled these with solids for you. So perhaps if you want to team these, again, for binding, it's literally raining cats and dogs. I can hear the rain so loudly in here. It's paired with 2 solid fabrics, a yellow and a really sort of deep charcoal grey. This is the patterned fabric. So this is your cat's yellow and charcoal. You can see that there. I said last week this is a bit like, you know, like it's an ECG, isn't it, with the heart monitor, but with cat shapes. It's a bit concerning if that was the reality. But you can just see that cat detail there. Perfect for those, perhaps, you know, a project if you've got a cat, if perhaps you wanted to make a cat basket or a cover for a carry case or to line a basket or a hamper. You could even make a mat to pop bowls on, you know, sort of your cat bowls. Producer Paul thinks there's a mouse in here somewhere. Where's it gone? I can't see it. Is this a mouse? Do you think this is a mouse? They're going to find it. I'm not sure if that's a mouse. Where? Where's the mouse? They think they can see a mouse. Is there a mouse? Where? They're zooming in on the other camera to try and find the mouse. Dead centre, apparently, here. Where is it? Where's that? I can't find it. Is it? Why can I not find? I can't see a mouse. No, I think that's all cats. I'm sorry, Producer Paul. I think this is cats. This is the grey cat's fabric, but it comes in a bundle this morning. So you get half a metre of that. Cats, maybe a mouse, who knows. And then that's paired with a yellow and a charcoal. So a really bright sort of bold yellow there. I'll show you that. And also your charcoal grey. They're still arguing upstairs about whether there's a mouse or not. £9.95, JMGC 50. So you're getting 1.5 metres of fabric in total, half a metre of each of those solids, and also your patterned fabric too. Now we also have this in a beige colourway. So perhaps if you're looking for, you know, a slightly more neutral colour palette, or this is something where you want to introduce it for home decor, and perhaps, you know, you've got more natural colours in your kitchen or utility room, then this is a beige option. So again, you've got your cats on beige there. That same outline, perhaps with a mouse, you know, going along your fabric on the beige background. It's sort of coffee colours, and so cappuccino and biscuit colours coming through with your solids as well. Producer Paul said, is that ironic because it's a cat's diet, cappuccino and biscuits? He's not full of jokes this morning. I'm not sure. I don't think any cats are drinking cappuccino. But here are your solids, so you can just see those there that have been paired with that. Beige cats. So this one here is your printed fabric, and then paired with your solids there. All of these are 100% cotton. IQ GC21. And again, that one's £9.95. So whether you go for, if you'd like to go for the grey and yellow cats, if you want something really bold, or if you want to keep it slightly more muted and neutral, then this the beige cats option offers that for you. Lots of projects possible, you know, possible projects with for cats and dogs, I always think, you know, whether it is a basket or a lining for a hamper or a carry case for taking your animal to the vet. Perhaps you want to eau de coat a mat for cat and dog bowls. Lots of different options. Oh, we've had a message. Let's have a look. This is from Terry. Morning, Terry. I'm loving Amy Burrows as a studio presenter. Oh, thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. So we've got lots of different other options as well with dogs this morning. So we've got feline and canine and feline. Is that the right? Yeah, that's the right word options there. But we've got a stock warning first of all. What's that on? The zebra blue. Wow, half the stock has already gone on that. I'll show you that once more. We're only 10 minutes into the show. You can see it here in this toiletry bag. This is such great value, £3.55 per half metre. If everyone checks out their baskets, this one's sold out this morning, so you will have to be quick. 0800 112 4433. It's that monochrome zebra on that lovely kingfisher blue background. You can see it there incorporated into a project. WNJQ91. So, I mentioned dogs. Let's have a look at the dog fabrics. Now, we've got 4 colourways in this. Again, this was a premiere last week on the show, so these are brand new. If you've not seen them before, then this is a nice little new Saturday surprise. So, we'll start first of all with the ochre. This is my favourite of the 4 dog options this morning. I really like this. It's sort of a golden yellow. Lovely little Westies. Oh, my best friend Sophie would love these. She's got a Westie called Tommy. She would love this fabric. Absolutely love it. Tommy the Westie. So let's have a look at that here. You can just see these sort of lovely little dog details. They're really small, actually, and so it sort of gives you that overall effect on the fabric. BPJQ92. So that's the dogs on ochre. But I'm going to quickly show you those other colour options for this morning. So we've got the blue. This is the one that producer Paul wants a pair of pyjamas made out of. That's a really sort of nice royal blue there. It's a deep blue. Again, paired with those cream Westies on the fabric itself. We've only got 6 metres of this one available, so if this is the one that you like, please do give us a ring or head to the website and add that to your basket. TBJQ58. So there's only 12 units at £3.55 of that in stock. Next colour option is this lovely dusty pink. It's just called pink, but it's definitely a dusty pink. And it's got sort of, again, that Westie detail on there, picked out in the cream dog. These are 100% cotton again. VHJQ42, £3.55 per half metre. And finally, we've got our olive, which again is sort of a dusty green, really. It's, you know, it's not a bold green or a forest green. It's edging towards a khaki, but this is an olive green, again with your Westies. So you can see those 4 colourways there, all of them the same pattern, just in different colour backgrounds. So depending, you know, what you like, or if you want to mix and match those, then you have the option to do that. CIJQ41, you can just see that olive green one here. But let's just look at those as 4. You can just see all of those different options in the dog print fabric this morning. Which one's most popular at the moment? The yellow. The ochre's most popular. This is my favourite one. I think that golden yellow is really lovely, particularly as you know, for a summery project. So 4 different colour options. Now, what we've also done this morning is we've created some bundles to go with those and that have a linear texture fabric in, and also some solids that colour-wise, you know, in terms of the colour palette, have been picked out to match these dog fabrics. So as the yellow is the most popular, and it's my favourite, I'll start with the ochre bundle first of all. Let's just move these over. So many fabrics this morning. So in this bundle this morning, you're getting ochre, you've got your cream, and then you've also got your sulphur. That's an unusual name for a fabric. But you can just see here, you've got a linear texture fabric, so you have ½ metre of that, again, that crosshatch, which has been popping up all morning in Quilt As You Go, and in some of those projects Janice was doing earlier this morning in the book bag, if you missed that at 8 o'clock. So this ochre fabric bundle, you've got your crosshatch linear fabric there. Then you've got the solid ochre, and you've got cream too. BTGC39, so 1.5 meters of fabric in total for those three. That's to go with the yellow dogs. Then next in line is the blue, so let me show you that. So as with all of these bundles, you've got 1/2 meter of linear texture and then 2 solids. All of these are 11.45, so just different colour options depending on perhaps which fabric you want to team it with. So in here, you've got indigo, you've got dark blue, and you've got ecru there with that sort of natural colour cream at the bottom. This is your crosshatch one. I don't know if you can see any closer. Is it possible to just look a little bit more closely at this? You can just see that crosshatch detail on this linear texture fabric, just giving it a little bit more depth, a little bit more interest as opposed to a solid. QUGC20 for the blue fabric bundle. Okay. Then next up, on our, should we go for the pink because that's next one along? Look at that colour match, absolutely perfect. If you can just see there, the solids bundle with the dog fabric, that's a really perfect match. We'll just show you a close-up of that so you can see how those colours work together. So the linear here is your tea rose. You've got flamingo. Oh, we've got flamingos on the brain and vintage pink this morning. So 1/2 meter of all of these solids. Again, 1.5 meters in total. HGGC 72. And that again is 11.45. And finally, the last option to go with our dog fabrics this morning is the olive bundle. So this is actually, although the dog fabric is olive, I would say that this bundle is more duck egg blues, and it goes really beautifully with the olive. But in terms of the actual colours, they're more, in my opinion, sort of creams and duck egg blues. But I'll show you those. You can decide for yourself. So the linear here is called cameo. Cameo. Then you've got your teal in the solid and vanilla. And I'll show you that with the olive fabric. Let me just hold that up. I need an extra hand. But you can just see there, that's that solid bundle, the olive fabric bundle. AOGC20. And that's for these top 3 fabrics here, your linear and your 2 solids. Whew. Now, that's all the fabric for this hour. So I've shown you everything, but now I can do some recapping because I know I've whizzed through those. I just wanted to show you what we had in this hour and what fabrics we've got coming up. Fabrics, all of these that are back today are fabrics that have been really popular, so that we've brought back on the show, managed to get back in stock because they've sold extremely quickly when they've been on previously. So let's go flamingos, let's go wild. This is one of my favourite fabrics of all time here at Sewing Quarter. And producer Paul actually made the statement, it's his favourite fabric ever here on the show. Look at this, I'm going to open it right up. Now if this is in your basket, you do need to check out on this. This is selling out really quickly today. Look at this. Oh, it's beautiful. I said we should have hung it up instead of a quilt, but it's just absolutely beautiful. It's a canvas weight, so it's a heavier cotton. It's perfect for soft furnishings, perfect for bags where you want a bit more strength, perhaps if you're going to be carrying heavy things in a bag, whether that's a book bag or, for general shopping. Beautiful fabric. Those bright, vibrant pinks and oranges. Really bold colours, and on that soft aqua background. And flamingos are so trendy at the moment. You see them in the shops all the time in soft furnishings, in cushions, in blinds. I actually saw one recently, sort of a footstool that had been covered in a flamingo fabric, and it looked fantastic. Just, adding a bit of interest. And from a distance, this feather detail here is lovely. I mean, you could fussy cut these flamingos as well, but, on a larger scale, whether that's curtains or blinds, these just have so much impact in a room, really add something of interest. I love the detail on the feathers here, just sort of almost like brush strokes. They look like they've been painted onto the fabric. It's kind of like a watercolour where you've got that mottled effect with the detail here. I don't know if we can even look any closer at this, sort of all of these colours coming together. A really beautiful palette of, soft pinks, magentas, bright pinks, creams, purples. Gorgeous. And you can see it here, and we've got a project here. This has been on the shelf at Sewing Quarter in the studio. You might have noticed it previously. This is a toiletry bag that we made, and you could odor coat this as well, so you could make it, you know, waterproof if you're using it for toiletries or taking shampoos and shower gels, perhaps to the gym or on holiday with you. Really lovely, you know, in a project when you can see it applied as something. BPJQ10. For those wild flamingos this morning, $6.45 per half metre. Cut off the bolt for you so you can have as much or as little as you want. Half the stock's already gone on that this morning. And we had loads of stock of this flamingo fabric because it sold out last time. And we tried really hard to get it back. We've got it back, but you will need to be quick. Producer Paul said it's got a flamingo. It's going to go. So if you do like that one, please do check out your baskets. Now, we've also got a solids bundle that we've put together this morning, you know, as well. Again, this is really popular because it works really well with those colours in the flamingo fabrics. The solids have been picked out from our collection, you know, that work really beautifully, picking out the detail in those feathers on the body of the flamingos. So 5 different solids in this bundle. You get ½ metre of each, 2.5 metres in total. But you can just see there, let's put the flamingo where those dogs are so you can just see. But you've got aqua, you've got candy floss pink, magenta, bright orange, and you also got a cream there. DEGC18, you've got ½ metre of all of those solids. And when you see it with the flamingo fabric, you can just see why all of those colours have been picked. Might be easier if I put the bag in, actually. So if you want some lining, if you want to bind perhaps the cushions, or you know you want to edge a blind or anything, you know, I think cushions on the sofa would look fab in this fabric. If it's perhaps as well if your actual furnishings are slightly plainer, more neutral, if you know you're keeping the colours fairly calm, this is a really nice way of injecting some colour. Also, for the garden, you could do garden cushions. That would be gorgeous, or like a hammock or something like that, because it's a thicker fabric. It would be great for the garden. It's more of it's a canvas sort of weight. It is a cotton, but it's a heavier weighted fabric. It's got more body to it. It's perfect for those projects requiring a bit of structure. And as it is 150 metres, you know, 150 centimetres, sorry, not metres, 1.5 metres in width, you know, it suggests that it is lending itself to those soft furnishings. DEGC18 is the fabric bundle for the solids, and then the actual flamingo is on the bottom of your screens there, BPJQ10 for that heavy cotton flamingo print. Oh, we've got a sellout. What was that one? The blue dogs have sold out this morning, so I'll take that off the desk. No pyjamas for producer Paul. Sorry, Paul, you have to wait till, I don't know if we'll get it back in stock. We've just managed to get these back in today. So, let's take that one out. Oh, lots of popular blues this morning. The zebra in blue is also really popular. I'm just checking the stock on that one, but this one's going really quickly as well. This is on more of a kingfisher blue. It's sort of leaning towards a teal with that zebra. Oh, there's 2 metres left of this, so you might still be able to grab some if you're quick. This is only $3.55 per half metre. WNJQ91. Again, 100% cotton for those zebras on blue. 4 units of that left. So if you've got a project in mind, check out your baskets, $3.55 per half metre. Now, the most popular out of the cats, we had 2 cat options. We've got the beige, and then the most popular is our grey. So this is this is sort of electric. It's called the grey bundle, which maybe suggests it's a bit timid. Is that a good word to use to describe a colour? I don't know, maybe, you know, a bit more muted, but it's not, because it's got this electric yellow injected into the cat fabric itself. So this feline print there, you can just see the outline of the yellow cat on the grey background. Today we've teamed that with 2 solids for you, so you know, if you want to use those again for lining, backing, or just to add to your stash. You've got that charcoal and that bright, bright yellow, and it is a really bright, bold yellow. Almost neon, actually. And just looking at that cat fabric there, so you can see a little bit more detail of that. It's got those cat outlines working all the way across the fabric. last week I mentioned that I'd heard about this cat cafe that you can go to, and someone messaged in and said they'd been to one, and where you go and you can sit in the cafe and have a cup of tea or cake or whatever you want to have, and it's filled with cats. So perhaps if you don't have cats at home or you just love them, I know there's one in Edinburgh and I'm sure there's one in London, but you can go and visit this and stroke cats while you're there. So if you're a cat lover, maybe you've been to a cat cafe. So JMGC 50, oh, there's one in Nottingham as well. So we're getting cat cafe information now, and £9.95 for that bundle. This is the most popular cat one, but we have got another colourway which I'll show you too, while we've got cats on the brain. So this is your beige. So you've got biscuit and cappuccino in this bundle. So, it's getting to 11's sort of time. We can't talk about biscuits and cappuccino. Not yet, not till we're done. So this is your beige cats here. You can see it's got that sort of taupe colour coming through there with your cream as well. This is actually ideal for that cat cafe, that coffee shop cat with your a nice slice of cake and a cup of coffee. IQGC21 for the beige cats, again teamed with those two solids. So you've got 1.5 meters of fabric in total, 0.5 meter of each of these three. £9.95 for those three fabrics there. So two different cat options, whether you want to go for the beige or the slightly brighter, bolder option in your grey and electric yellow. That one on your screens there. This is lovely for perhaps a kitchen or a utility room, for a cat-related project, or not. Perhaps you just like cats and you want to do maybe a tea cosy or some oven gloves for the kitchen. £9.95 for that bundle there. So we've done cats. Let's move on to their perhaps not so favourite friend. Let's look at dogs. Now, we've already had one sellout on the dogs. The blue dogs have already sold out. We've got a couple of other colour options, so I'll show you those now. The most popular one at the moment is, where's it gone? Where have my dogs gone? Oh, they're here. They're right in front of me. Is the olive. Let's look at that. A really lovely soft green there. In fact, if I just show you on the selvage, this is really I love it when the designer goes to this sort of detail. But just picking out there the colours that are in the fabric itself, so if you wanted to pair that with anything. I'm not sure if these are meant to be rabbits that the dogs are chasing, but just giving you sort of a sample of the colours that are involved in the fabric. But you can see here, this is 100% cotton, that lovely olive colour with that Westie detail. Send me a picture of your dog with a sewing-related project. studio@sewingquarter.com. Perhaps you've made something, using one of our dog fabrics, or not just something that you've made, a project that you've made. Send in a snap of your dog. So that's the olive option, CIJQ41, and that's £3.55 per half metre. Now we've also got an olive bundle to go with that, a solids bundle with a linear fabric as well, which you can pair with this fabric if you wanted to, or just as a stash builder if you wanted to add some solids. So in this bundle, you've got your linear look fabric with that cross-hatching detail in a duck egg blue. So that's your first fabric there, 0.5 metre of that. Then you also get 0.5 metre here of your teal, which is a solid. And 0.5 metre of your cream as well there, which works really beautifully with the Westie. AOGC20. Now that's the olive fabric bundle. Let me just show you the cream with the dogs so you can just see how you could incorporate these together. You can just see here that picking out that detail of the Westie in the fabric. Again with that teal as well. Shall I lift that up so we can see? We're just getting a close-up on that so you can see just how those colours work together. Oh, let me move it up a bit. There it is. So we've already had a sellout on the dogs. The blues have sold out. Lots of people with fabric in their baskets, but you do need to check it out. If you're on the website and you've added it to your basket, that doesn't guarantee your order until you've checked it out all the way through to the end. So if it's something that you definitely do want to buy, just make sure that you do check out all the way through, so you're finished and you've completed the payment, so you know that it's yours and you'll guarantee your order that way. So next up is our dusty pink dogs. So you can see here, this is sort of a tea pink, tea rose. You can just see Again, that Westie. They look cute, those little dogs, don't they? Everyone loves cats and dogs fabrics. I think just because whether you are incorporating it into a project for a pet, or just you have a general love of the fabric itself, or of dogs or of cats, and you want something made out of that fabric, whether it is a bag or a toiletry bag, a makeup bag, cushions. You could cover lampshades. You could cover a bin. This would be lovely for a bedroom, perhaps for a little girl's room. VHJQ 42. That's the cotton fabric on pink, and we also have a solids bundle team with this one this morning. So look at the colour match on this. Look at that. That is top work there with someone's eye for colour. They've picked out 3 beautiful fabrics to go with that pink this morning. Again, you've got that tea rose, that crosshatch detail on that linear fabric on the top. So 1/2 metre of that one. And then underneath, you've got 1/2 metre here of your vintage pink. And 1/2 metre of flamingo. But you can just see those 3 fabrics that have been teamed there with the dog fabric. As a quartet, don't they work well together? HGGC 72, this is for your solids bundle here, so these 3 1/2 metre cuts. And then if you like the pink Westie fabric underneath, that pink dog fabric, that one there is £3.55 per 1/2 metre, and that's cut off the bolt, so you can add as much or as little to your order of that one, and your solids bundle is pre-cut. While I'm on the subject of bundles, just if you're not aware, the solids bundles that we put together, they're fabrics that we choose and we put together because we think they work really well with the designed, the busier designed fabrics. But they are already pre-cut. So if you order 2 of those, so perhaps if you ordered 2 of this pink bundle this morning, these fabrics have already been pre-cut into 1/2 metre increments. So you'd get 2 1/2 metres of each one, so you'd end up with 6 pieces of fabric. So what I'm saying is you wouldn't end up with 1 metre of each of these fabric, you'd still get 2 lots of 1/2 metres, so they're pre-cut fabrics, so for those bundles. Whereas the ones off the bolt, they're cut as much or as little as you want, so if you wanted 3 metres, I'm doing this action because I'm rolling it off the bolt, and we can take as much or as little off that bolt as you want in 1/2 metre increments. So that's your pink. Now, we had the blue dogs has sold out, but we did have a solids bundle to go with that, again with a linear texture and 2 solids. So I'll show you this because it's, again, as a stash builder, if you want to perhaps pair this with a fabric that you already have in mind, and you're looking for a navy, for something with some darker tones and paired with the cream, then this bundle might be for you. You've got that crosshatch detail on this dark navy, almost approaching a black actually there. It's a really dark fabric. That one's called indigo. Then you've got dark blue, that nice rich navy, and a crew. So 1/2 metres of all of those, again, following that 1/2 metre pre-cut, as I just said. So QUGC 20, that's the blue fabric bundle, and again, 11.45. Now, actually, you could pair that with the yellow dogs. You wouldn't have to pair that with that bundle. This actually works really well, the navy and the yellow. Let's look at those 2 as a contrast. The ecru matching really beautifully with the Westie, with the little dog print on this yellow fabric, but just picking out if you wanted to match it with the navy. I think that's a really smart colour combination, similar to the book bag we did at 8 o'clock. If you missed it this morning, you can watch back on YouTube. But those blues and yellows do work really well together. And you can just see here this cream picking out the dog. Now, the cotton print on ochre, which is this main yellow one here, this is £3.55 per 1/2 metre. This is dogs on ochre, and it's a really sort of golden yellow. It's a nice rich yellow there. Do you know, the first time I learnt the colour ochre was when I did Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat, and when I was younger, I did it as a show. I always did musicals when I was younger, and there's a million colours in Joseph's Technicoloured coat, and ochre is one of them. You had to learn. I'm not going to say them all now because there's honestly about 40 colours, but I do know all the colours in the coat that we had to sing, and ochre was one of them. And that's the colour of this fabric this morning. So VPJQ 92 is your ochre, dogs on ochre. And again, this is 100% cotton. and it's £3.55 per half metre. So the blue dogs have sold out. Which is the next most popular out of the dogs? Just checking. The pink. The pink's the second in the race. Lovely. Now, something that you do need to check out your baskets on is actually this flamingo bundle. So we did a solids bundle this morning. Perhaps you just like the colours, you know, for a project, or you've already got the flamingo fabric, or you like these in isolation, but we're really low on stock on this bundle now. So if you do like it, please do check out your baskets now. If everyone checks out, we've only got 4 of these left. So 2.5 metres of fabric, half a metre of these 5 different colours. You've got your white, your bright orange, your candy floss, your magenta, and your aqua there. $15.95, DEGC 18, and that's the pretty flamingo fabric bundle. So that's been put together to pair with the fabric, that flamingo fabric. But again, you don't have to use it for that. If you wanted to pair it with something else, then you're not restricted by the name of the bundle itself. Talking of flamingos, let's look at the flamingo fabric. Let's just look at that with the makeup bag that's been made using that fabric. You can just see why this is popular, because it's picking out those exact tones of the orange and of the pinks and of the creams. Let me just hold that there so you can see. I'm going to show you this flamingo fabric again just because it's been so popular in this hour. As we knew it would be. It's, you know, this is a really beautiful fabric. It's 1.5 metres in width, so it's a wider fabric, 150 centimetres. Perfect for soft furnishings. It's also a heavier weight, so it's a thicker fabric. It's a heavy cotton. It's almost got a canvas feel to it, and it's certainly got that weight. It's got more body to it. So please check out your baskets on this. I don't know when we'll get this back in stock, if ever. So if you do like this one, check out, go, go, go. I don't want you to miss out. But this beautiful, as I was saying, what's lovely about this is the detail in the body of the flamingo itself. It looks like a painting. It's just all of these colours have been blended really beautifully. We looked at this tail, but if you look at this one here, or in this burnt orange, if you want to pick out the corals, then you can. If you want to pick out more of the pinks, you can lean towards some of these other feathers. Really lovely, gorgeous fabric. Exotic, really on trend at the moment as well. $6.45 per half metre. We've sold lots and lots of metres of this morning. That bolt is going to be running really quick. BPJQ 10, $6.45 per half metre. People multi-buying as well, so perhaps with a bigger project in mind. As I said, it is that wider fabric, so it's 1.5 metres, it's 150 centimetres. So if you are going for something, perhaps curtains or blinds or soft furnishings, you've got that flexibility there to do that because you've got a wider cut of the fabric itself. And just a really beautiful, the weight of this, I'll just show you at the side. You can just see here, you get more of an idea. If you look really closely, it does look almost like a canvas. It is a cotton, but it's a heavier fabric. If you look really closely, you can sort of see those, you can see that sort of canvas feel to it. I love it. I absolutely love this fabric. I had my eye on that makeup bag on the shelf long before I knew I was having this fabric on the show today. I keep picking it up and saying, I really like this one. So that's our exotic flamingos. We've also got some zebras, so we've got some different colour options. I'm going to start with the khaki green. Let's open this one out so you can have a look at it. How wide's this fabric? Is this, I think this one's 150 as well. Let's just check. Yeah, so this is again 150 centimetres, so this is a wider fabric, 100% cotton. Just about my arm span. My head looks like it's floating under there. See, this is on a nice khaki green, again with those monochrome zebras, as you would expect. Quite a traditional sort of safari feel to that because of the colours. Oh, I'd love to go on a safari. I've never been to Africa. I would love to go. I think that's a trip that, I just think it'd be incredible to go and see all those animals. in, you know, in their natural habitat. You can't compare that to a zoo, can you? It's just not the same thing. Let's see. Beautiful. So this is your zebras on green, HYJQ35. Just looking at those, you can just see if we look a little bit closer at the zebra detail that you could pick out. And what's lovely about this, if you wanted to pick out that monochrome detail, you could pair it with a black or a white solid, you know, or with accessories, whether that's black ribbons if you were making a bag, or anything like that, or perhaps some of those bag handles. You know, if there's more professional metal finishes, you can make a really quirky bag with this fabric. Lots of detail on these tiny little zebras here. Lots of stripes fitted into that. Producer Paul's saying, is it black stripes on white or white stripes on black? Those things just make my mind go all, it's like that dress, isn't it, that went all over social media. Was it blue and gold, or was it other people saw it in different colour combinations? Well, it tricks your mind. But that one there is the zebras on green. We have this in a couple of colour options this morning. So we've also got it in a yellow. Again, these two work well together, sort of that traditional safari colours. This is a nice deep golden yellow. Actually, let me just see. Maybe not. This is your, I'm not, this is the zebras on yellow. A day in the sun for those zebras on that yellow fabric. Unlike the weather here, I can still hear the rain. I don't want to go outside. I'll stay in here with all these fabrics, I think. PHJQ94, again, $3.55 per half metre. And if we can just look at that with the green, they work really well together. Let's try and match those up. Oh, nearly. Why is that not? Look, we can match them up. That one there's got quite a short little body, hasn't it? This one down here. That actually looks like one fabric now. That's really making my brain go a bit funny. PHJQ94 is your yellow. And the green underneath there. Both of those are $3.55 per half metre. You can just see how they do work really well together if you wanted to team them up. And then we've also got a blue one, very limited stock on this. In fact, let's just check that now, but you can just see this one here on a nice teal blue, again with those monochrome zebras, exactly the same detail, and we've got a bag made up in this, which is lovely. Oh, this is a nice quilted bag, actually. Peeping through there with your yellow. Oh, if everybody checks out, we've only got 1 metre left of this zebras on blue. WNJQ91, so if you do like that one, 0800 112 4433. Give the call centre a ring now and you'll be able to add that to your basket. Get that last metre. Really wild, in our really wild fabric hour today. So those are your 3 zebra options, blue, yellow and green, depending which one you like. And again, I just think it's lovely there that you've got the option to pair it with monochrome if you want to. Oh, let's just... Actually, we have a monochrome quilt. We have a black and white quilting book here at Sewing Quilter that we've had on the show before. And this would be a really lovely fabric to use in one of those projects if you're using, you know, mainly black and white in the body of the quilt, but you want a little bit of colour. This is lovely because it would tie in that black and white zebra. So let's look at the cats again. So we've got beige cats and we've got grey and yellow. So first of all, I'll show you these biscuity colour ones. Sort of our cappuccinos and our lattes in this colour palette here. A nice neutral sort of taupes and beiges. So we've got 2 solids in this bundle, ½ metre of each of those solids, and then ½ metre of your cats on beige. Now this launched on the show last week, so this is still a really new fabric. It's only been here at Sewing Quilter for a week, so it's a brand new one. And again, as I said, paired with 2 different solid options for you that colour-wise have been picked out. Here they are. IQGC21. Again, 1.5 metres of fabric in total, so ½ metre of each of these. $9.95. Please do check out your baskets. All of these fabrics this morning have been so popular, particularly those flamingos and the zebras, so please do check them out if it's one that you want to buy. And then the other cat option, let's move that one over there. we've got so much fabric in this hour, is our yellows and greys. So this really bright, bold yellow. Then you've got a charcoal grey. And then you've got your grey and yellow cats. The yellow and the grey is actually it's not necessarily a colour combination. You see that often, but it does work really well together. That yellow sort of giving you the vibrancy, bringing the grey to life a little bit more. I think we just so naturally associate grey with maybe because it reminds us of cloudy, sort of drab days, but it's not. I mean, I think grey is a very classic colour. It's very smart. I mean, if you're injecting a bit of colour into that, like with that yellow there, it brings it to life. JMGC 50. Half the stock has gone on that grey cat's fabric bundle, so if you do like that, it's £9.95, and again, you've got 1.5 metres of fabric in total. JMGC 50. Okay. Now, the most popular fabric bundle that we've put together to go with the dogs is the pink fabric bundle. So let's look at that. I have to say, that is my favourite of the bundles. Of the 4 fabric options to go with the dogs, I would go for the pink. I think the colour match on that, look at that. Spot on. Absolutely perfect. Really classic pinks there, sort of dusty pinks, vintage pinks, tea roses. So this is your bundle here. So you've got the crosshatch detail in that linear look fabric, again 100% cotton, and these linear fabrics have a sort of a softer, silkier feel to them compared to the solids. So they have almost, I don't know if you can see, a little bit of a sheen, sort of a bit of a satin look. Then underneath that you've got your solid pink, flamingo, and your tea rose as well. So 3 different pinks there in that bundle. HGGC72, and the pink dogs, which is running on the bottom of your screens at the moment, that's been paired with that. Again, just that lovely Westie print. Only £3.55 per half metre, VHJQ42. Now you could, let's look at the flamingos with this pink. Could this work? Let's see. Do you know, I think it could, because you've got some of the, if you look at this tail here on the flamingo, picking out some of those pinks there. If you missed out on that other bundle, you can just see some of these pinks here. This isn't obviously such a sort of a hot, bright, bold bundle, but if you do want to add more muted tones to perhaps that flamingo fabric, then that pink fabric bundle there, HGGC72, that's the most popular one this morning, £11.45 for 1.5 metres of fabric in those 3 different cuts. Now, the most popular thing of the whole day. So I've been here since 8 o'clock this morning. We've had lots of fantastic fabrics, different bundles. We did a book bag at 8 o'clock this morning. We did a sewing tool roll with Janice at 10 o'clock. We had a Quilt As You Go launch at 9 o'clock. The most popular thing of the whole day is this flamingo fabric. And you know, I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised. It's a beautiful fabric. It's a heavier weight. I'm going to lay it on the table this time so you can see a little bit more. Loads of people with this in their basket. Please do check it out. I don't want you to miss out because it's going so quickly, and we had loads of stock of this today. But you've got those, it is just so bright and vibrant. You can't help but smile when you look at this. Lots of bright, bold pinks, oranges, corals, and that lovely soft aqua background. It's a really sort of trendy, flamingos are really trendy at the moment. And just the detail in the design, just this lovely sort of how these colours have all been brought together. And as I've said, you know, throughout this hour, this is a heavier cotton. You can just see here, it's sort of a canvas feel to it. Ideal for soft furnishings. And it's a wider fabric as well. It's 150 centimetres. So it's a slightly thicker fabric, more durable, great for those projects that you know where you want some longevity or a bit more durability, whether that's even, you know, a doorstop or, you know, something, a bag, particularly bags. I always think for durability, you want something with a bit more added strength. Oh, that's a good idea. Producer Paul said if you got those placemats this morning, that brand new Cassablanca placemats we did at 9 o'clock, there were 6 placemats, and you could use this flamingo fabric for that, and it would look really lovely, you know, as a central panel. You could use the flamingo fabric, and then you could combine that with some of those solids. Here it is. That's the Quilt As You Go placemat, and if you missed that this morning, it's pre-printed batting, so everything is marked onto the wadding for you. You just add your fabric to it. LSEQ02. Producer Paul saying Flamingo, Quilt As You Go. It's all go this morning. $15.95 for that, and you get six placemats in there, 19 inches by 15 inches. Perfect if you want to add some seasonal placemats perhaps to your table. I talked you through all of that this morning, and remember, all of our shows go up on YouTube, so if you've just tuned in this morning, welcome. You're going to catch 5 minutes of us, but you can always go back and watch the shows on YouTube. You can watch some of the makes. If there's certain elements that you missed, perhaps in an earlier show, you can go back and watch on YouTube and see what you missed, see what you can catch up on. So this beautiful flamingo fabric this morning, really, really popular. Send us a picture of what you make with this. I'd love to know what you're planning to make. You know, this has only been on once before, so this is still a really new fabric here at Sewing Quarter. It sold out last time. It looks like it's going to go that way again today. BPJQ10 for that heavy cotton pink flamingos on that duck egg blue background. Really sort of on trend, not just in terms of the flamingos themselves, but the colours as well. Oh, wow, there's 4 meters left of this if everybody checks out. So only 8 units left of this fabric. If you like it, you're going to have to be quick. 0800 112 4433. Give the call centre a ring and get that checked out in your basket for a nice summery project. Now, another fabric that's low on stock this morning is the pink dogs. Everyone's loving our pinks this morning. Nice pink morning. So our dusty rose pink there with our dog fabric. This one's been really popular. We sold out of the blue. The pink is the next in the lead here, and it works beautifully with that solids bundle. If you've managed to get that, congratulations. But you can just see that sort of cute Westie on that tea rose. Dusty pink colour there. VHJQ42. Lots of people multi-buying that this morning as well, so perhaps with a bigger project in mind, whether that's perhaps you want to inject the dogs into a theme, into a bedroom. Perhaps you're going to do dogs and lampshades and cushions, perhaps for a children's bedroom. Really popular this morning, and also that solids bundle to go with it, with your linear crosshatch detail there and your flamingo and dusty rose pink solids bundle. Now we also have this in ochre. So we've got the dogs in ochre, which I'll show you here. Where has it gone? Oh, it's here. This was my favourite of all the dogs, actually. So it's sort of a golden yellow. Again with your Westie. All of these dogs this morning are all Westies, but on just different colour fabrics. So again, this is $3.55 per half metre. Cotton print on ochre, $3.55 per half metre. And we also have a solids bundle this morning, the olive fabric bundle, which I'll show you now. So again, a metre and a half of fabric in total, half a metre of all of these. So you've got that ochre crosshatch one there, which is sort of a, this is more of a sort of a khaki green actually in your olives here, and with a cream as well. So this is your ochre fabric bundle. Ochre, sulphur, this is sulphur, and cream. The cream picking out beautifully the detail in the dogs. BTGC 39 for the ochre fabric bundle. And you may have just noticed that other bundle that came up on your screen was the olive bundle. I'll just show you that, just quickly in case you got muddled up. Here it is. The olive bundle. So you've got again a crosshatched linear look fabric on sort of a duck egg blue. You've got a teal and a cream again, so this is more of a blue bundle. Even though it's called olive, I would call this more of a blue blue one there. AOGC 20. So let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. I'm back in the morning. I'm back at 8 o'clock tomorrow, and I'm joined by Angela Atwood. So let's have a look at the shows we've got coming up. Tools and essentials. So at 8 o'clock, yes, bag making essentials. Bags are my favourite, so that's great. I'm looking forward to that. That makes 8 o'clock on a Sunday morning much more exciting. 9 o'clock, we've got the Visaline showcase, so looking at lots of different products that Visaline have to offer. 10 o'clock is a stash building hour with me. At 11 o'clock, we've got Quilt As You Go back again, but Angela is going to be showing you how to do it. So perhaps if you've never seen Quilt As You Go, you want to see it in action, tune in at 11 o'clock tomorrow to see that on our Tools and Essentials show. So please remember to check out your baskets, anything that you've wanted to buy today, particularly in this hour. Those flamingos have been the most popular thing of the day, and not surprisingly, because it's a gorgeous fabric, really vibrant, really bold, really colourful, lovely for soft furnishings and for bags. If we've got bags in the morning, this flamingo fabric would be perfect for that. We've also had those solids bundles, we've had the cats, we've had zebras, we've had dogs, lots of animals joining me in this hour this morning. Thank you to Janice. We did the sewing roll this morning. You can watch the replay of that at 10 o'clock. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. I'm joined by Angela Atwood, and I look forward to showing you those bags and Quilt As You Go. Have a fantastic day, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Tune in on Sunday the 6th of August for 2 shows dedicated to quilting tools and techniques. Whether you're just starting out in quilting or an expert looking for quick results, Angie Atwood is here to help. She'll talk us through our brand new Visaline product range, designed to give that professional finish to your projects without the time and hassle. She'll also demonstrate how to make a gorgeous striped rug using our brand new Quilt As You Go pattern. So join us on Sunday the 6th of August at 9 a.m. for our Visaline showcase and at 11 a.m. for our Quilt As You Go hour, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.